Imagine standing at the edge of an ancient forest, the tall trees swaying in the wind, their branches whispering stories that have been passed down through countless generations. This is the land of Dacia, a place where the earth holds memories of ancient battles, forgotten rituals, and tales of gods and spirits that still linger in the hearts of the people. Dacia, nestled between the Carpathian Mountains and the Black Sea, was once home to a fierce and proud people who lived in harmony with the land, a land that seemed alive with magic and mystery. The Dacians were not like other ancient civilizations. They were a people shaped by the rugged mountains and wild forests that surrounded them, people who understood the strength of nature and the importance of the unseen forces that controlled life and death. Their lives were intertwined with the natural world, and from this connection sprang the rich and haunting myths that have echoed through the ages. In the times of the Dacians, the line between the living and the dead was thin, and they believed that spirits could cross over, bringing blessings or curses. The Dacians lived in constant awareness of these spirits, not as frightening phantoms but as everyday companions, ever present in the shadows of the woods or the silence of the night. It was said that the forests of Dacia were home to more than just wild animals. Spirits and supernatural beings roamed freely, their presence felt in every rustling leaf and every gust of wind. The Dacians believed in a world full of gods, each with its own power and domain. They worshipped Zalmoxis, a powerful figure who was not just a god but also a man who had once walked among them. Zalmoxis was believed to have the ability to conquer death, to rise again after descending into the underworld, and to offer this same promise to his followers. The idea that death was not the end but a passage to another existence gave the Dacians a sense of fearlessness in battle. They were known to face their enemies with an unshakable belief that dying on the battlefield meant joining their ancestors in a world far greater than this one. But the myths of Dacia were not just about gods and warriors. They were also about the land itself. The mountains were believed to be the bones of ancient giants, and the rivers carried the voices of long-dead kings. Every element of the natural world had a story, and these stories shaped the way the Dacians lived. The people of Dacia saw the sun as a powerful force of life, while the moon was the guardian of the night, watching over the souls of the departed. The stars, they believed, were the eyes of their ancestors, keeping watch over them, guiding their path in times of need. One of the most haunting aspects of Dacian folklore was the belief in the Strigoi, the undead beings who refused to stay buried, who wandered the earth after death. To the Dacians, death was not always peaceful. Some souls, filled with anger or unfinished business, could rise from the grave, becoming Strigoi. These beings would return to torment the living, and their presence filled the Dacians with a sense of dread. Strigoi were seen as a punishment, a reminder that the past could never truly be left behind. The Dacians had many rituals to protect themselves from these restless spirits. They believed that by performing certain rites, they could ensure that their loved ones would rest peacefully. Burial practices were sacred, meant to prevent the dead from returning. But if these practices were not followed, if something went wrong, the dead might rise again. The fear of the Strigoi was deeply rooted in the collective mind of the Dacian people. They spoke in hushed tones of strange occurrences, graves disturbed, livestock mysteriously slaughtered, sudden illnesses sweeping through villages. It was said that only by confronting these creatures could peace be restored. Their folklore also told of the bond between humans and animals, a bond that went beyond companionship. Wolves, in particular, held a special place in Dacian culture. The Dacians believed that wolves were sacred, protectors that could guide the souls of the dead to the afterlife. They even had a legend that the Dacians themselves could transform into wolves, becoming one with the wilderness, strong and free. This myth reflected the Dacians' deep respect for nature and their belief that the human spirit was bound to the natural world. But even in their reverence for nature, there was a constant awareness of the darker forces at play. The Dacians believed that the forests held spirits, both benevolent and malevolent. There were tales of spirits who would help lost travelers find their way, and others that would lead them astray, never to return. These spirits were not to be angered, and the Dacians often left offerings of food or small trinkets at the edge of the forest, hoping to gain their favor or, at the very least, avoid their wrath. The Dacians also believed in the power of omens. A raven's call, the sudden appearance of a snake, or even the way the wind blew through the trees could all be signs from the gods or warnings of danger to come. They paid close attention to these signs, believing that by understanding them, they could protect themselves from misfortune. The Dacians were a people who saw meaning in every part of life, from the simplest acts to the greatest mysteries. These myths were not just stories to entertain, they were a way of life, passed down from generation to generation, shaping the way the Dacians saw the world and their place within it. The landscape of Dacia was not just a backdrop for their lives, it was alive, pulsing with the spirits of their ancestors, their gods, and the mysteries of the universe. The people of Dacia lived with one foot in the world of the living and the other in the world of the unseen, their lives shaped by forces they could not control but deeply respected. In this land of ancient mountains and dark forests, the Dacians carved out a life full of bravery, reverence, and mystery, their beliefs guiding them through the harsh realities of life and the mysteries of death. Their folklore, rich and vibrant, was a reflection of their world, a world where the past was never far away, and where the spirits of the dead could never truly be forgotten. In the heart of the ancient mountains, where the wind seemed to carry whispers from another world, the people of Dacia held beliefs that ran deeper than the rivers and stretched beyond the stars. Life, to them, was not a series of random events but a carefully woven tapestry, stitched together by the hands of their gods. The air they breathed was thick with the presence of the divine, and every moment of their existence felt like it was balanced between the living and the dead. For the Dacians, the gods were not distant beings, watching from some faraway place. They walked among the people, guiding their fates, protecting their lands, and sometimes testing their will. The most revered of all was Zalmoxis, a god unlike any other. Zalmoxis was not just a figure of legend, but a living memory, a man who had once been one of them, who had known the struggles of mortality before ascending to something greater. It was said that Zalmoxis had learned the secret of immortality, a secret that offered hope to the Dacians in a world where death was ever present. When a Dacian warrior stood on the battlefield, facing the sharp edge of a sword, he did so with the knowledge that death was not the end. Zalmoxis had shown them that life continued beyond the grave, and for the Dacians, the afterlife was not a place of darkness and sorrow. It was a place where they could reunite with their ancestors, a place of peace where the soul could rest after the struggles of the mortal world. But Zalmoxis was more than a god of the afterlife. He was a teacher, a guide, someone who had brought wisdom to the Dacians when they needed it most. The people believed that Zalmoxis had gone into hiding, descending into a cave where he stayed for years, away from the eyes of the world. Many thought he had died. But after a long absence, he returned, proving that death could be conquered. This miraculous return gave the Dacians the courage to face their own deaths with a sense of calm and strength. However, Zalmoxis was not the only divine presence in their world. The Dacians believed that every aspect of life, from the rising sun to the falling rain, was touched by the hands of the gods. The sky, with its vast expanse, was ruled by Gebelizes, the god of storms and lightning. When thunder rolled through the valleys and lightning struck the mountaintops, the Dacians knew that Gebelizes was present, showing his power. His voice was in the thunderclaps, a reminder of the strength of nature and the respect it demanded. They feared him, but they also prayed to him, knowing that without his blessing, the rains might not come, and their crops might wither. The earth itself was sacred, alive with the energy of the goddess Bendis, the goddess of the moon, hunting, and fertility. Bendis was the protector of women, the one who watched over childbirth and new life. Under the light of the moon, Dacian women would whisper prayers to Bendis, asking for her protection in times of difficulty. The moon's soft glow was thought to be her watchful eye, shining down upon them. She was gentle, yet strong, a goddess who connected the people to the natural cycles of life and death. In every shadow, and every rustling tree, the Dacians felt the presence of the gods. To live was to walk hand in hand with the divine, knowing that every step was guided by forces far greater than themselves. But while the gods were protectors, they were also teachers, reminding the Dacians that life was fragile, that the veil between this world and the next was thin. Death, to the Dacians, was not a thing to be feared. It was a transition, a step into another phase of existence where they would meet their ancestors, warriors, and kings who had passed before them. They believed that when someone died, their soul didn't simply fade away. Instead, it embarked on a journey to the other side, to the world of the afterlife, where it would find eternal rest. This belief gave them strength, especially in the face of loss. To lose someone was painful, but there was comfort in knowing that the soul lived on. They believed in elaborate rituals to ensure the safe passage of the soul. Funerals were not just a time of mourning, but also a sacred moment when the community gathered to help the departed find peace. Offerings were made, prayers were spoken, and the body was treated with the utmost care to make sure that the spirit did not linger too long in this world. If something went wrong, if the soul was troubled, it might return as a strigoi, a restless spirit, unable to find peace. The fear of becoming a strigoi was ever present in Dacian society. They believed that certain things could prevent a soul from finding its way to the afterlife. Perhaps a life filled with wrongdoing, or an improper burial, or sometimes just a tragedy too painful to accept. If this happened, the dead would rise, returning to torment the living. It was said that the strigoi would wander the night, hungry for something they had lost, something that kept them tied to the world of the living. But the Dacians did not face this fear alone. Their faith in the gods gave them strength. They knew that if they lived honorably, if they honored the gods and respected the forces of life and death, they had nothing to fear. The gods were there, watching over them, guiding them. The rituals, the prayers, the offerings, they were all part of a sacred connection between the people and the divine. The Dacians also believed that the ancestors played a powerful role in protecting their descendants. The spirits of the dead, once safely in the afterlife, could offer guidance, could watch over the living, ensuring that the family line continued. They would call upon their ancestors in times of need, asking for their wisdom and protection. The bond between the living and the dead was strong, unbroken by the passage of time. Life for the Dacians was a constant balance between the seen and the unseen. They believed that every moment was touched by forces they couldn't control but could honor and respect. Their gods were not distant or uncaring. They were part of their daily lives, and the Dacians lived with the knowledge that they were never truly alone. In the mountains, in the forests, in the sky, the gods were always there, offering both protection and reminders of the fragile line between life and death. In the quiet stillness of a moonlit night, when the wind seemed to hold its breath and the shadows grew long and deep, the people of Dacia would gather around their fires, telling stories that sent chills down the spine. Among those stories, there was one that haunted their dreams, the tale of the Strigoi. These were not just the whispers of frightened villagers, but a fear that ran as old as the mountains themselves. The Strigoi were the dead who refused to stay buried, souls torn from their graves, returning with a hunger that could never be satisfied. The origins of the Strigoi legend stretch back to the earliest days of Dacian history, when the line between life and death was as thin as a single breath. The Dacians believed that not all souls could rest in peace. Sometimes, the dead would rise again, driven by a force that was stronger than death itself. They were the lost, the cursed, or the wronged, their spirits trapped between this world and the next. The thought of the Strigoi brought fear to even the bravest among them, for the Dacians knew that once the Strigoi walked the earth, nothing would be the same. There were many reasons why a soul could become a Strigoi. It was said that those who had lived wicked lives, those who had died with hatred in their hearts, or those whose lives had been cut short too soon, might find themselves unable to rest. They would claw their way out of the earth, their bodies no longer bound by the laws of the living, yet not fully belonging to the world of the dead. The idea that someone you once loved, someone you had buried with your own hands, could return as a twisted version of themselves was enough to make even the most courageous souls shiver in the night. The earliest references to the Strigoi can be found in the oldest Dacian myths. These stories speak of a time when the gods themselves were at war with dark forces, when the balance between life and death was not yet secure. It was in this chaos that the first Strigoi emerged, spirits that had been denied entry to the afterlife, wandering in eternal torment, their hunger growing with each passing night. Some say that the Strigoi were cursed by the gods themselves, punished for their sins by being condemned to walk the earth forever, unable to find peace in death. As time went on, the tales of the Strigoi began to take shape in the minds of the Dacians. It wasn't just those who had sinned who could become Strigoi, but also those who had died unjustly. A murder victim, someone who had been betrayed or wronged, could come back to seek revenge. The Dacians believed that the bitterness of such a death could poison the soul, twisting it into something monstrous. And so, the fear of being wronged or betraying another grew, for no one wanted to be the cause of such a terrible return. One of the most chilling myths tells of a young man, a warrior who was betrayed by his own brother. Killed in the dead of night, his body was buried hastily, his murder kept secret. But the earth could not hold him. On the seventh night after his death, he rose from his grave, his eyes glowing with the fire of vengeance. It is said that he wandered the village, silent and cold, until he found the brother who had betrayed him. His presence brought a chill that could not be ignored, and those who saw him knew instantly what he was. The brother's cries echoed through the village as the Strigoi dragged him away, never to be seen again. The Dacians believed that there were ways to prevent someone from becoming a Strigoi, though these rituals had to be performed with care. If a person had died suddenly, or if they showed signs of becoming restless in death, the villagers would gather, preparing the body for burial in ways that would prevent the return. Some would drive a stake through the heart of the deceased, others would place garlic around the grave, hoping to keep the spirit tied to the earth. But even with these precautions, there was always a fear, a nagging thought that something might have gone wrong, that the dead might still rise. There was also the belief that certain individuals were born with the curse of the Strigoi upon them, marked from birth as ones who would never find peace in death. These people were often feared during their lifetime, and after death, their bodies were treated with even greater suspicion. Some were buried with stones piled upon them, while others were burned, their ashes scattered to the winds, in the hope that this would finally free their souls. The Strigoi legend was not just a tale of fear, but also a reflection of the Dacian understanding of life and death. They believed that the spirit was powerful, capable of crossing the boundaries of the living and the dead if provoked. Life, to them, was a fragile thread, and death was not always the end. There was always the possibility that something could go wrong, that the soul could be trapped, unable to move on. And when this happened, the result was something far more terrifying than death itself. It wasn't just the fear of the Strigoi's physical presence that haunted the Dacians, but the idea that the dead could hold onto emotions, anger, pain, sorrow. These emotions were believed to give the Strigoi their strength, feeding their need to return to the world of the living. The Dacians would often speak of strange occurrences, cattle found dead in the morning, a sudden sickness spreading through the village, or a cold wind that swept through the house in the dead of night. These were all signs that a Strigoi had returned, slipping through the veil of death to take back what had been lost. The thought of a Strigoi roaming through the night, driven by a hunger that could never be satisfied, filled the hearts of the Dacians with an overwhelming dread. They knew that once a Strigoi had risen, it would stop at nothing. The dead did not walk the earth without reason. They came back for revenge, for justice, or for something even darker, something that could not be explained. In these ancient myths, the Strigoi were more than just monsters. They were a reminder of the fragility of life, the dangers of leaving things unresolved, and the possibility that the past might never truly be laid to rest. And so, the Dacians lived with a constant awareness of the thin line that separated the living from the dead, always watching, always waiting, for the night when the dead might rise again. On cold, silent nights, when the moon hung low and full in the sky, the people of Dacia knew that not all shadows belonged to the living. There was always the unsettling thought that something, or someone, might be stirring in the darkness, neither alive nor dead. This fear, buried deep within the hearts of the Dacians, grew stronger with time, like a flame fed by centuries of stories, experiences, and warnings passed down through generations. The idea of the Strigoi, the undead, was not just a myth, it became part of the very fabric of their culture. The belief in the Strigoi didn't begin as a fully formed legend, but started as whispers, small fears that grew over time. In the earliest days, it was said that a soul could be trapped between life and death if it had unfinished business or if its death had been too violent. But the concept didn't stop there. As years passed, stories began to take on a life of their own, fueled by events that no one could explain. Villagers would wake to find livestock drained of blood, children falling ill for no reason, or strange figures lurking in the forests at night. Each occurrence added another layer to the terrifying idea of the Strigoi, turning it from a faint legend into something that lived and breathed in the minds of the people. For the Dacians, the dead were supposed to rest in peace, but there was always the unsettling possibility that the grave might not hold them. This fear became more vivid as the stories of the Strigoi evolved. People began to believe that if certain rituals weren't performed correctly, the dead could rise, filled with anger or a hunger they couldn't satisfy. It wasn't just the wicked or the wronged who might come back, but anyone whose burial had been incomplete or whose spirit had been disturbed. As these beliefs took root, the Dacians started to see signs everywhere, things that pointed to the presence of the Strigoi. A crow sitting silently on a roof, the sound of a window creaking open on its own, a cold gust of wind that came from nowhere. These weren't just natural occurrences, they were warnings. The Strigoi were close, watching, waiting for their moment to return. As the fear of the Strigoi grew, so too did the rituals meant to keep them at bay. Graves were no longer just final resting places, they became battlegrounds. Families would place heavy stones over the graves of their loved ones, hoping to keep the dead from rising. Stakes would be driven through the hearts of those suspected of being at risk of becoming Strigoi, their mouths stuffed with garlic to prevent them from calling out to the living. These precautions, though gruesome, became part of everyday life for the Dacians. It was better to be safe than to face the terror of a restless dead. The fear didn't just linger around the graves, but followed people into their homes. A sick child might be seen as a victim of a Strigoi attack, their weakened state blamed on the touch of the undead. People began to fear the night, believing that the Strigoi walked under the cover of darkness, feeding off the life force of the living. Entire villages would be gripped by fear during certain times of the year, especially during winter, when the nights were long, and the world seemed closer to the edge of life and death. It was said that this was the time when the Strigoi were at their strongest, when the veil between the living and the dead was thinnest. As the stories of the Strigoi spread and changed, they began to solidify into something more than just local folklore. The Dacians believed that the Strigoi had the power to shapeshift, taking the form of animals to stalk their prey. A lone wolf howling in the distance, a cat that wouldn't stop staring, all of these could be signs that the Strigoi were near. The fear was palpable, and it spread like wildfire through the hearts of the people, passed from one generation to the next like a curse. The idea of the Strigoi wasn't just confined to the villages. Even the nobility, the kings, and the priests took precautions to protect themselves from these spirits. It was said that some of the most powerful Strigoi were once kings or warriors who had been betrayed or wronged in life. They would rise, not as mere shadows, but as vengeful spirits, more powerful in death than they had ever been in life. This belief only heightened the fear, as no one, not even the most powerful, could be sure they were safe. As the legend grew, so did the rituals to combat it. The Dacians began to hold elaborate ceremonies meant to ward off the Strigoi, especially during times of transition, like births, deaths, and the turning of the seasons. Fires would be lit, and the smoke would rise into the sky, carrying prayers to the gods to keep the dead in their graves. Songs were sung, not in celebration, but in fear, voices trembling as they begged for protection from the spirits that roamed the night. These rituals became ingrained in the culture, a constant reminder that the Strigoi were always near. But even with all these protections, the Dacians never fully felt safe. There was always the gnawing fear that something might have been missed, some small detail that would allow the Strigoi to return. And when they did, it wasn't just a threat to one person, but to the entire community. The presence of a Strigoi could bring sickness, death, and despair, turning a once thriving village into a ghost town. What made the Strigoi even more terrifying was their connection to the living. These weren't strangers rising from the dead. They were family members, friends, and neighbors, people who had once been loved and cherished. The thought that someone you had mourned, someone you had said goodbye to, could return as something unrecognizable was a fear too great to bear. And yet, the Dacians lived with it every day, never knowing when the dead might rise, never knowing if they had done enough to keep the Strigoi at bay. The legend of the Strigoi evolved over time, shaped by fear and the need to explain the unexplainable. It became a mirror of the Dacian people's deepest fears, of death, of the unknown, and of what might come after. The Strigoi represented not just the undead, but the darker side of life itself, the side that couldn't be controlled or understood. And as long as the Dacians lived, the Strigoi would continue to haunt their nights, a reminder that the line between life and death was never truly secure. In the quiet of the night, when the world feels like it's holding its breath, there's an unsettling thought that creeps into the back of the mind. What if the dead aren't as distant as we think? For centuries, people have whispered about beings that rise from the grave, spirits who can't rest, who seek out the living with an insatiable hunger. But before the vampire became a figure of popular culture, with its polished fangs and hypnotic charm, there was something far older, far darker, the Strigoi. While the modern vampire has captivated imaginations around the world, the Strigoi holds a more terrifying grip, deeply rooted in the fears of ancient Dacian folklore. The Strigoi, unlike the vampires we've come to know in books and movies, wasn't just a creature of the night, but a lost soul, trapped between two worlds. There's a raw sadness in the legend of the Strigoi, a reminder of the human fear of death, and worse, of a death without peace. These weren't the seductive, sophisticated beings who lived eternally in castles, charming their victims with elegance. No, the Strigoi were once human, and that's what made them so terrifying. They were people who had lived, loved, and died, only to return as something monstrous. The vampire, as it's often portrayed today, is a creature of immortality. There's a certain allure to it, undying beauty, eternal youth, the power to mesmerize. But the Strigoi has no such glamour. Its existence is a curse. Unlike the vampires who might move through elegant society, the Strigoi was a restless, tormented spirit, driven by hunger and sorrow. In Dacian belief, the Strigoi was not immortal by choice, but by some wrong done to them in life or death. They clawed their way out of the grave not for the thrill of immortality, but because something had gone terribly wrong. Their return was not a seduction, it was a tragedy. The vampire, in many tales, is portrayed with a kind of elegance, feeding carefully on the blood of its victims, often leaving behind only two perfect marks on the neck. But the Strigoi? It was wild. It didn't hunt with precision or care. Its hunger was all-consuming. People spoke of it attacking livestock, draining their blood, leaving them lifeless by morning. When the Strigoi came for humans, it wasn't about romance or charm, it was about sheer survival, about filling a void that could never be filled. The vampire's bite has become iconic, a mark of both death and seduction. But the Strigoi's touch was something far more terrifying. It wasn't just physical. The fear surrounding the Strigoi was that it could drain life in other ways, not just through blood. It could bring sickness, despair, and misfortune. There were stories of Strigoi who would return to their own families, sitting by their bedsides at night, slowly taking the life from them with just their presence. People believed that even being near a Strigoi could bring death. The modern vampire often chooses its victims, methodical and controlled. But the Strigoi had no such luxury. Once it rose from the grave, it was driven by a madness, a relentless need to feed, to destroy. It was not a creature of choice, but of desperation. And the worst part? The Strigoi didn't just want blood. It wanted the life force, the very essence of the living. It would drain people of their vitality, leaving them pale, weakened, and fading, as if life itself was being pulled from their veins. Unlike vampires, who have become symbols of romanticized immortality, the Strigoi represented the opposite. They were symbols of death gone wrong, of the soul's failure to find peace. The Strigoi didn't live forever in the sense that they enjoyed their existence. Their immortality was a curse. They were bound to this world, unable to move on, trapped in their own misery, and dragging others down with them. While vampires might be feared, there's often a strange admiration or fascination with their eternal life. But with the Strigoi, there was only fear. Another striking difference between the two lies in their origins. Vampires, in many stories, are created. A bite, a transfusion of blood, a curse passed from one being to another. It's a transformation, a conscious change from human to something else. But the Strigoi was born out of something much darker. It was believed that certain people were doomed to become Strigoi long before they died. A cursed child, born under the wrong sign, or someone who had lived a sinful or unjust life, these were the ones who were at risk. And once they were buried, if the proper rituals weren't followed, the earth could no longer contain them. The Strigoi would rise, not because someone had turned them into a monster, but because they had been cursed from the start. Vampires have come to symbolize power in many modern tales. They move through society with a certain control over their own fate. They can choose when and whom to hunt. But the Strigoi were powerless over their own existence. Once they had risen from the grave, they were driven by forces beyond their control. It wasn't about power or dominance, but survival, fear, and torment. They didn't choose this life, it was forced upon them. In many vampire tales, the creature can blend into society, hiding its true nature until the moment it strikes. But the Strigoi could never hide. Its very presence brought unease. People could sense when one was near. The air would feel colder, strange noises would fill the night, and an overwhelming sense of dread would settle over the village. The Strigoi were not subtle, and they could never pretend to be part of the world of the living again. The vampire has become a symbol of eternal life, of an escape from death, no matter how dark or twisted that life might be. But the Strigoi is a reminder that death is not always the worst fate. Sometimes, it's the inability to die, the endless cycle of hunger, fear, and loss, that is truly terrifying. The Strigoi didn't offer the promise of eternal life, it offered the horror of being trapped forever in a state of neither living nor dying, always hungry, always wanting, but never able to rest. The vampire may have found its place in modern culture, but the Strigoi, with its raw, ancient terror, remains a haunting reminder of a deeper, older fear, the fear that death might not be the end, and that what comes after might be far worse than anything we could imagine. On the coldest of nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and shadows dance in ways they shouldn't, the thought of something watching from the darkness can creep into your mind. But it's not the living you should fear, it's the Strigoi, a being that defies death itself. In the quiet of the Dacian countryside, people whispered its name, never daring to speak it too loud, fearing it might hear and come for them. The Strigoi, in its eerie form, wasn't just a ghost or a ghoul, but something far worse, an undead being with a hunger for life. The Strigoi is not simply a lost soul. It's a creature caught in the agony of existence after death, its spirit torn between the world of the living and the dead. Unlike anything natural, the Strigoi comes from the grave, restless and vengeful, its form barely resembling the person it once was. Its skin, pale as the moonlight, is stretched tight over its bones, and its eyes, those hollow, sunken eyes, glow with a hunger that nothing can satisfy. The people of Dacia believed that the Strigoi could take many forms. By day, it might hide in the shadows, disguised as an ordinary person, perhaps even someone you once loved. But by night, its true nature would emerge. It would shift and change, sometimes becoming a beast, a wolf or a bat, allowing it to stalk its prey unseen. Other times, it would take on the form of mist, seeping into homes through the tiniest cracks, creeping silently until it was too late. But the most terrifying form of the Strigoi was when it appeared as itself, an undead monster, crawling from its grave with dirt-streaked hands, eyes gleaming with a terrible hunger. Its hair, once the soft strands of someone who had walked among the living, would hang in filthy clumps, its nails long and sharp, perfect for tearing through flesh. And its mouth, a grotesque, twisted smile, was always stained with the blood of its latest victim. Yet, what made the Strigoi truly terrifying wasn't just its appearance, but its powers. The Strigoi could drain the life from a person in more ways than one. While it could physically consume blood, its most feared ability was its power to take a person's very essence. It was said that with a mere touch, the Strigoi could weaken its victim, leaving them pale, fragile, and hollow. The life would drain from them slowly, like water from a cracked vessel, until they were little more than a shell, barely clinging to existence. The Strigoi didn't just kill for survival, it took pleasure in torment. It would haunt its victims night after night, wearing them down with whispers in the dark and visions that would leave them gasping in terror. Entire families would fall sick, one after the other, their vitality slipping away without explanation, while the Strigoi watched, savoring their suffering. Its power wasn't only physical, it had a way of getting into your mind, turning your own fears against you, feeding off the terror it created. While many feared the bite of a Strigoi, others knew that the creature's most dangerous weapon was its voice. In the dead of night, people would hear the Strigoi calling to them from beyond their windows, mimicking the voices of their loved ones, tricking them into coming closer. And once they opened the door, it would be too late. The Strigoi would be upon them, draining them of their life force before they could even scream. No lock could keep it out, no prayer could protect you once the Strigoi had set its sights on you. It wasn't just the living who had to fear the Strigoi either. These creatures were known to torment the dead as well. Graveyards, once places of peace, became hunting grounds for the Strigoi. It was believed that they would dig up the bodies of the recently deceased, feeding off their souls before they could pass on to the afterlife. Families would go to great lengths to protect their loved ones' graves, placing heavy stones or iron bars over them, hoping to keep the Strigoi from disturbing their rest. And if that wasn't enough, the Strigoi had the ability to walk among the living during the day, hidden in plain sight. They could blend into society, acting as though they were one of us. No one would know until it was too late that the stranger who sat across from you at the table, the one who smiled just a little too wide, who didn't seem quite right, wasn't human at all. It was said that you could tell a Strigoi apart from the living by looking into their eyes. There would be something dead about them, something off, as if the light behind them had gone out. But the most terrifying thing about the Strigoi wasn't just what it could do to you physically. It was the way it could slowly turn you into one of its own. If the Strigoi drained enough of your life force, you wouldn't just die. You would become like it, trapped in a limbo between life and death, cursed to rise from your own grave, forever haunted by an insatiable hunger. It wasn't just death that the Dacians feared, but the idea that death wasn't the end. That you could come back, changed, twisted, and lost to the darkness. The Strigoi wasn't just a monster in the night. It was the embodiment of everything people feared about death and what came after. It was the loss of control, the fear that you might not find peace, the dread that your spirit could be stolen and twisted into something monstrous. For the Dacians, the Strigoi was a reminder that even in death, there was something worse waiting in the shadows. To ward off this creature, people would go to desperate lengths. Graves were guarded with garlic and holy symbols, and rituals were performed at funerals to ensure that the soul found peace. But there was always a lingering fear that no matter how many precautions were taken, the Strigoi could still return. The Strigoi wasn't just a creature of the imagination. It was a reflection of humanity's oldest fears, of death, of losing one's soul, of becoming something unrecognizable. It was a warning, a shadow that hung over the living, reminding them that sometimes, death isn't the end, it's only the beginning. There's a shiver that runs down your spine when you think about the Strigoi. It's not just because they come from the grave or because they can steal your very soul, it's the knowledge that some of them have always been among us. There are two kinds of Strigoi, and while one is born from death, the other walks among the living, hiding in plain sight. It's this chilling reality that keeps the fear of the Strigoi alive in the hearts of those who know the stories. The first kind of Strigoi are the ones who never knew peace, even in the grave. These are the dead, the ones who claw their way back from the earth, their bodies twisted, their souls corrupted by some dark curse. These Strigoi are the ones who rise from their graves, driven by a hunger that can never be satisfied. But the dead weren't always destined to return. It was believed that those who died with unfinished business, or who had been wronged in life, could not rest in peace. They were cursed to walk the earth, and their torment didn't end with death. Their bodies would rise, and their spirits would be trapped in a relentless cycle of hunger and rage. You can almost hear the soft scraping of nails against a coffin's wooden lid as these Strigoi awaken. The ground above trembles, and the earth splits open, releasing something that should have stayed buried. When the dead Strigoi returns, it is not the person who once lived, it is a hollow, cruel version, driven by a thirst for life that nothing can quench. They move through the night, seeking out their victims, feeding not just on blood but on the very life force of the living. The closer they come, the colder the air feels, as if they carry the chill of the grave with them. But the dead aren't the only ones cursed to become Strigoi. There's something far more unsettling about the living Strigoi, those who walk among us, born into this fate. From the moment they draw their first breath, they are different. They carry the curse in their blood, and it haunts them throughout their lives. Unlike the Strigoi who rise from the grave, the living Strigoi don't need to die to become monsters. They live in the shadows of society, often unnoticed, but always dangerous. It's said that those born as living Strigoi can appear perfectly normal at first. They might grow up in a village, go to school, and live alongside others, all the while carrying the curse within them. But over time, signs begin to show. Strange things happen around them, animals grow sick, crops wither, people feel a growing sense of unease in their presence. There's something about their eyes that seems just a little too cold, a little too hollow, as if they're looking at the world from a distance. The living Strigoi don't need to wait for death to begin feeding. They have the power to drain life from the living, just like the dead Strigoi, but they do it with more subtlety. They may charm their victims, luring them close before slowly feeding off their life force. The living Strigoi might seem more like us, but make no mistake, they are every bit as dangerous as their dead counterparts. In fact, their ability to blend in with the living makes them even more terrifying. You might pass one on the street, never realizing the danger until it's too late. They feed on life in small, measured doses, ensuring that their victims don't realize what's happening until they're too weak to fight back. The curse of the Strigoi is something passed down through bloodlines, like a dark inheritance. It can run in families, passed from parent to child, or it can be the result of a dark and terrible curse laid upon someone for their sins. Either way, once the curse takes hold, there is no escape. The living Strigoi knows that their fate is sealed, and they will live their lives in the shadows, constantly hungry, constantly seeking life to fill the emptiness inside. While the dead Strigoi is driven by an uncontrollable rage and hunger, the living Strigoi can be more methodical. They can bide their time, carefully choosing their victims. Some might even try to resist their dark urges, but the curse is relentless. Sooner or later, the hunger will win, and they will have to feed. What's even more terrifying is that the living Strigoi can live for years, even decades, without being discovered. By the time people realize what they are, it's already too late. Entire villages have been drained dry, their people left lifeless and pale, their vitality stolen over time by a creature that had been hiding in plain sight. There are stories of families who, once they realized their child was born a Strigoi, would try to stop the curse. They would perform rituals, bury the child alive, or worse, hoping to prevent the transformation. But nothing worked. The curse of the Strigoi was too strong, too deeply rooted in the very essence of the person. And so, the living Strigoi would continue to walk among them, a constant reminder that the line between life and death was thinner than anyone wanted to believe. The living and dead Strigoi are both bound by the need to feed on life. They are both cursed to exist in a state of limbo, neither fully alive nor fully dead. But while the dead Strigoi is driven by pure, uncontrollable hunger, the living Strigoi carries the weight of knowing what they are. They have to live with the knowledge that they are monsters, even as they walk among those they love. It's this inner torment, this battle between who they were and what they have become, that makes the living Strigoi so heartbreaking and so dangerous. In the quiet of the night, when the shadows seem to move just a little too quickly, and the air grows heavy with an unspoken fear, it's easy to wonder whether a Strigoi is near. But the real terror comes from not knowing whether it's the dead, clawing its way out of the grave to steal your soul, or the living, hiding among you, waiting for the right moment to strike. It starts with a shadow. Not the kind cast by the setting sun, but one that lingers, even in the brightest of days. You may not notice it at first, just a strange sensation, a cold shiver when there should be warmth. But once it finds you, it's already too late. That shadow isn't something you can run from. It's the beginning of the end. It's the first step in the transformation from human to Strigoi. For those living in the ancient hills and valleys of Dacia, the fear of becoming a Strigoi was as real as the fear of death itself. Some said the transformation began at birth. A child born with certain signs, teeth already in their mouth, a mark on their skin, or even being the seventh child in a family, was destined for the curse. Mothers would look into their newborn's eyes, praying not to see the lifeless gleam that might betray their child's fate. Even the joy of a new life could be clouded by the dread that it might one day turn into something monstrous. But becoming a Strigoi wasn't only about birth. Death itself held its own dangers. If someone died violently, without their spirit at peace, they risked returning as one of the Strigoi. The rage, the betrayal, the unresolved pain, these emotions tied their soul to the earth, refusing to let them pass into the afterlife. And so, they would rise. Villagers would tell stories in hushed voices of men who had been wronged, who had died with hatred in their hearts, and who came back to take their vengeance on the living. Their eyes, once bright with life, now glowed with a terrible hunger, and their hands, stiff and cold, grasped for the warmth they could no longer feel. The transformation wasn't always immediate. For some, it was a slow descent into darkness. It would start with an illness, one that seemed ordinary at first. The victim would grow weak, their skin paling, their energy fading. Their loved ones would tend to them, not knowing that they were tending to the very thing that would one day haunt them. As the illness progressed, the victim would become more restless, their eyes dulling as if the light inside them was being snuffed out. They might whisper strange things in the night, speak of shadows and voices only they could hear. Then, one day, they would die. And for a brief moment, it would seem like peace had finally come. But those who knew the signs understood that the worst was yet to come. They would watch the grave, night after night, waiting for the earth to stir, for the faint sound of scratching from beneath the soil. For when the moon was high and the wind was still, the grave would open, and the Strigoi would rise. There were other ways to become a Strigoi, ways that seemed even crueler. Some believed that if you were cursed by another, the darkness would claim you, no matter how pure your heart had been. A scorned lover, a jealous neighbor, anyone with enough hate in their heart could call upon dark forces to curse their enemy. The victim wouldn't even realize what had been done to them until it was too late. They would feel it creeping over them, like a sickness of the soul, slowly consuming their humanity, until all that was left was the hunger. Even in death, precautions had to be taken to prevent the transformation. When someone died, their family would take great care to ensure that their body didn't become a Strigoi. Rituals were performed, and special objects were buried with the body to keep the spirit at peace. A stake, sharp and strong, might be driven through the chest to pin the body to the earth, preventing it from rising. But even these measures weren't always enough. If the spirit was strong enough, if the curse was powerful enough, the Strigoi would still find a way. Perhaps the most frightening part of the transformation was that, once it began, there was no turning back. The person you loved, the one who had laughed with you, cried with you, shared your life, they were gone. What remained was a shell, a twisted version of what they had once been. The Strigoi wasn't just a monster, it was a reminder that death could steal away not just the body, but the soul as well. For some, the transformation wasn't a curse thrust upon them by birth or death, but a fate they chose. There were whispers of those who sought out the dark forces, who willingly gave up their humanity in exchange for power, immortality, or revenge. These were the ones who would make pacts with evil spirits, sacrificing their souls in the process. They would walk among the living, hiding their true nature, feeding off the life force of those around them, growing stronger with each stolen breath. But no matter how it began, the end was always the same. Once the transformation was complete, the Strigoi was lost. There was no coming back. The hunger would consume them, driving them to feed on the living, to drain them of their warmth and vitality. They would haunt the night, their presence felt in every cold breeze, every flicker of shadow. Those who knew the old ways would try to protect themselves. They would hang garlic at their doors, sprinkle salt along their windowsills, or keep a candle burning through the night. But even these measures weren't always enough. The Strigoi was relentless, and once it had set its sights on someone, there was little they could do to escape. In the end, the transformation into a Strigoi wasn't just a physical change. It was the loss of one's humanity, the destruction of everything that made them who they were. It was the ultimate horror, the idea that death wasn't the end, that something worse waited on the other side. Something that could strip away your very soul, leaving behind only darkness, only hunger. And so, the people of Dacia lived with the constant fear that they, or someone they loved, might one day become one of the Strigoi. They watched the shadows, listened for the telltale signs, and prayed that they would be spared the curse. But in the still of the night, when the wind carried strange whispers and the darkness seemed to press in from all sides, there was always that lingering fear that the transformation had already begun. In the quiet villages nestled in the hills of Dacia, people feared more than just the shadows of the night. It wasn't just the howling of the wind or the creaking of old trees that kept them awake. They feared the power that came from unseen hands, the hands of witches. Witches, with their whispered spells and dark intentions, were said to have the ability to twist life and death, to summon forces that could bring the dead back from their graves. They were believed to be the creators of the Strigoi, using sorcery to summon them from the underworld or curse the living with a fate worse than death. The belief in witches and their power to create Strigoi was woven into the fabric of Dacian folklore. A single whispered curse from a witch could seal someone's fate. To cross paths with one was to risk your very soul, for witches were known to hold grudges and exact vengeance in the most terrifying ways. They weren't the kind of witches that hid away in forests or lived apart from society. They walked among the people, blending in, their true nature known only to those who had felt the sting of their dark magic. If a person angered a witch, even unknowingly, the consequences could be devastating. The witch didn't need to harm them directly. With a simple incantation, she could curse them to become a Strigoi after death, or worse, while they were still alive. The magic used was ancient, passed down through generations, and it had the power to turn even the most innocent person into a creature of darkness. Villagers would sometimes speak of witches who were able to summon the spirits of the dead, drawing them back to the world of the living. But these spirits, once they crossed the threshold between life and death, were no longer the people they once were. They had been twisted by the magic that brought them back, their souls corrupted by the dark energy used in the ritual. These summoned beings became Strigoi, cursed to walk the earth, feeding on the life force of others to sustain their unnatural existence. It wasn't only about revenge. Some witches created Strigoi to gain power. They would sacrifice animals or even other people to summon these creatures, binding them to their will. The Strigoi would serve the witch, carrying out her bidding, whether that meant haunting the villagers, spreading sickness, or even killing. A witch with a Strigoi under her control was feared above all else. She could destroy entire families with a mere thought, sending her undead servant to drain the life from them one by one. In other tales, witches were said to have the ability to curse families. These curses would pass from generation to generation, with each descendant carrying the risk of becoming a Strigoi upon their death. The curse could lay dormant for years, even decades, before finally claiming its victim. And when it did, the witch's power would be felt long after she herself was gone. Her magic would still be alive, still as dangerous as the day she cast the spell, and the family would be helpless to stop it. Rituals were a crucial part of this dark sorcery. Under the cover of night, witches would gather in secret places, away from prying eyes. They would perform elaborate ceremonies, often involving blood, fire, and chants in languages older than memory. The air around these rituals would grow thick with tension, as if the world itself was holding its breath. And when the final words were spoken, and the final offering made, the transformation would begin. Whether by forcing the dead to rise, or by corrupting the living, the witch's magic would call forth the Strigoi, unleashing its hunger on the unsuspecting. But witches didn't always need death to create a Strigoi. Sometimes, they would curse the living directly, turning them into creatures of darkness while they still walked the earth. It was a fate worse than any sickness, a slow, creeping transformation that no one could stop. The victim would begin to change, their strength fading, their skin growing cold. They would start to shun the daylight, becoming more active at night, their once normal habits slowly giving way to something darker. Their appetite for food would disappear, replaced by a strange, gnawing hunger that nothing could satisfy. The villagers would start to whisper, fear spreading like wildfire, as they watched one of their own becoming something else, something unnatural. Once the transformation was complete, the witch's work was done. The cursed person would no longer be human. They would be a Strigoi, compelled to feed on the life force of others to sustain themselves. The witch's curse was irreversible, a punishment that would follow the victim even after death. The Strigoi would continue to walk the earth, haunting the places they once called home, drawn to the warmth and life they could never possess again. What made this all the more terrifying was that there was no way to know who among the villagers might be a witch. They didn't wear black cloaks or pointy hats. They didn't live in isolated cabins deep in the woods. They were ordinary women, sometimes even respected members of the community. They could be your neighbor, your midwife, even your friend. And when they chose to act, it was swift and merciless. With just a few words, they could unleash a terror that would haunt families for generations. There were ways to protect against witchcraft, or so the people believed. Villagers would carry charms, sprinkle salt around their homes, and avoid certain places at night. But none of these protections were foolproof. The power of the witches was too great, too ancient, and their connection to the Strigoi too strong. Once a witch had set her sights on someone, there was little they could do to escape. It's said that some witches could even prevent a Strigoi from being destroyed. Villagers who discovered that a loved one had become a Strigoi would often try to drive a stake through the heart, burn the body, or bury it with protective talismans. But if a witch was involved, her magic could keep the Strigoi alive, even after all these rituals. No matter what the villagers did, the Strigoi would rise again, continuing its reign of terror. The idea of witches and Strigoi is more than just folklore, it's a reflection of the fears that once consumed the people of Dacia. It's the fear of the unknown, of unseen forces that could strike at any moment, turning life upside down. Witches, with their power to bend life and death to their will, were the living embodiment of that fear. They held the key to a darkness that few could understand, and fewer still could escape. There was a quiet dread that settled over certain families in Dacia, a weight that could be felt even in the silence of their homes. These families bore a curse, an ancient and unforgiving curse, that stalked them across generations. To be born into such a family was to inherit more than just a name or bloodline, it was to inherit fear, a shadow that stretched long over time. The curse of the Strigoi did not merely mark an individual, it clung to their lineage, passed down from parent to child like an invisible scar. The elders whispered that these cursed bloodlines were doomed from the moment their ancestors first angered the spirits or crossed paths with a powerful witch. It could have been an act as small as a misstep or a slight, but it was enough to condemn not just themselves, but their descendants as well. The curse would slumber, sometimes for years, waiting, watching. And when it finally awakened, it would do so without warning, claiming its next victim. To be born into such a family meant living with a sense of inevitable doom. It wasn't just the fear of death that haunted these families, it was the fear of what might happen after death. The Strigoi curse was merciless, it didn't care for age, for innocence, or for goodness. The children in these families grew up under the watchful eyes of their parents, who knew all too well the dangers that lurked in their own blood. They would be told stories, not as bedtime tales, but as warnings, cautionary words about the fate that awaited those who carried the curse. In the small villages where everyone knew everyone else's history, families touched by the Strigoi curse were often ostracized. Neighbors would keep their distance, avoiding them not out of hatred, but out of fear. People would cross themselves or murmur prayers when they passed, as if even speaking to them could invite the curse into their own lives. It was a cruel kind of isolation, to live among others but be forever set apart by something no one could see or touch. The children felt it the most. They would be shunned by other children, left out of games, avoided in the marketplace. And in their hearts, they knew why. The signs of the curse were subtle at first. A strange sickness might spread through the family, unexplained and unrelenting. Loved ones would waste away, their energy slowly sapped until there was nothing left but a shell of the person they once were. The air in their homes grew heavy, thick with an unease that never fully lifted. There were no answers to be found in medicine or prayer, no remedy that could stop the curse once it had taken hold. But the real terror came after death. In the dead of night, the Strigoi would rise from the grave, driven by a hunger that could never be satisfied. The curse would transform the once beloved family member into something monstrous. They would return to the village, stalking the living, draining their vitality, their very essence, in a desperate bid to sustain themselves. The villagers knew that a Strigoi was near when livestock began to die without explanation, or when people fell ill with no apparent cause. The families knew it, too, and they would be powerless to stop it. What made this curse so cruel was that it wasn't just an individual who suffered. When a person rose as a Strigoi, they didn't simply fade away after a few nights of terror. They would haunt their own families, returning again and again, as if their bond to the living was stronger than death itself. Mothers, fathers, siblings, they would all be tormented by the Strigoi that had once been part of their own bloodline. They would hear the whispers in the night, the soft footsteps outside their doors, knowing that the creature haunting them was someone they had once loved. The villages had rituals, ways to protect themselves against the cursed bloodlines. When someone died from one of these families, the burial was not a simple or peaceful affair. The body had to be treated in specific ways, sometimes with iron stakes driven through the heart, or with special herbs placed around the grave to keep the Strigoi from rising. Even in death, the family had no rest. There was no moment of peace, only a desperate attempt to contain the curse for another generation. But these rituals were not always successful, and sometimes, despite their best efforts, the Strigoi would rise, a force too powerful to be stopped by mere human hands. The weight of the curse bore down on these families generation after generation, a chain that seemed impossible to break. It wasn't just the fear of becoming a Strigoi that haunted them, it was the knowledge that their children, and their children's children, might one day suffer the same fate. This fear led to a kind of desperate love, where families held on to each other tightly, knowing that any moment could be their last, knowing that even after death, their loved ones might return in the form of something dark and terrifying. In some stories, there were whispers of ways to break the curse, but these were nothing more than faint hopes, myths of a cure that never seemed to materialize. The families would try anything, prayers to gods long forgotten, sacrifices, offerings to witches who promised salvation, but nothing ever truly worked. The curse was too old, too strong, its roots dug deep into the very blood of the family. It was a burden they carried silently, through each generation, hoping that somehow, against all odds, it might skip them. But it rarely did. The curse was relentless, and even those who thought they had escaped would one day find themselves in its grip. There was no running from it, no hiding. It was a part of them, as much as their name or the color of their eyes. The Strigoi curse was more than just a story passed down through the ages. It was a living, breathing terror, a reminder that death was not always the end, and that for some, the darkness continued long after the grave had closed. These families lived with the knowledge that they were marked, not just by fate, but by something far darker. The curse clung to their blood like a stain that could never be washed away. And as each generation passed, they waited for the inevitable moment when the Strigoi would rise once more, a terrible reminder of the curse that had claimed their ancestors and would one day claim them too. On cold nights when the wind howled and the moon hid behind a veil of clouds, the villagers of Dacia would huddle close to the fire, whispering stories that sent shivers down the spine. These were not tales meant to entertain, but warnings passed from one generation to the next. The Strigoi, they said, walked among them. The dead did not always stay buried. And for some, those warnings became chillingly real. In one small village, there was the story of a man named Ionel, whose wife, Maria, passed away suddenly after a brief illness. She was young, full of life, and her death seemed unnatural, a cruel twist of fate. Ionel was broken, unable to accept that she was truly gone. He visited her grave every day, hoping against hope that it was all a terrible dream. But as the weeks went by, strange things began to happen. Animals in the village started to die in the night, drained of blood with no explanation. The villagers grew uneasy, sensing something foul in the air. One night, Ionel heard a soft knock at his door. His heart stopped as he recognized the voice calling his name from outside. It was Maria. He stumbled to the door, disbelief clouding his judgment. There she stood, pale as the moonlight that barely touched her, her eyes empty yet familiar. She smiled, a hauntingly cold smile that was not her own. The terror gripped Ionel, but he couldn't move. It was Maria, but not. This was the first of many nights that she would visit him, her presence growing darker each time. The villagers began to suspect what Ionel already feared, that Maria had risen from the dead, a Strigoi. They took matters into their own hands, performing rituals to protect themselves. But no matter what they did, Maria's visits continued, her hunger growing more insatiable. It was only after the elders exhumed her body and drove a stake through her heart that the nightmare finally ended. Ionel, a shadow of his former self, left the village soon after, but his story remained, a grim reminder that the Strigoi were more than just myth. In another part of Dacia, there was an elderly woman known only as Baba Anna, who had lived long enough to see things most wouldn't believe. She spoke of her youth, of a time when the Strigoi haunted her family. Her brother, a boy of only 15, had fallen ill with a fever that no healer could cure. On the night he died, they buried him quickly, hoping that the sickness would not spread. But Baba Anna knew something was wrong. She heard him in the night, scratching at the door, calling her name with a voice that was not his own. The next morning, the family found their livestock dead, their throats ripped open as if by some wild animal. Baba Anna's brother had come back, she told them, and he was hungry. The villagers knew what had to be done, but no one wanted to be the one to confront the Strigoi. It wasn't until the family fell ill, one by one, that they finally took action. Baba Anna never forgot the sight of her brother's exhumed body, his eyes open, his skin unnaturally preserved, as if he had not been dead at all. They staked him through the heart and sprinkled his grave with salt, but the fear of his return never left her. These stories were not isolated. Across the villages and towns of Dacia, there were countless tales of Strigoi sightings, each one more chilling than the last. Some told of glowing red eyes peering into their windows at night, while others spoke of strange figures lurking at the edge of the forest, watching, waiting. The Strigoi didn't just haunt their own families, they stalked anyone unlucky enough to cross their path. In one village, a young girl named Anka became the center of one such tale. Her mother had died during childbirth, and her father, in his grief, refused to remarry. He raised Anka alone, but as she grew older, she began to change. She became distant, pale, and cold, her once vibrant laughter replaced by a chilling silence. Then, one night, her father disappeared. The villagers searched for him for days, but no trace of him could be found. That is, until someone ventured near the graveyard. There, beside the freshly disturbed earth of her mother's grave, they found Anka. Her mouth was stained with blood, her eyes wild with hunger. She had dug up her mother's body, and the horror of what she had become was undeniable. The villagers were too late to save her father, but they acted swiftly to stop Anka before she could claim any more lives. They buried her alongside her mother, sealing the graves with iron to prevent the curse from spreading. These stories traveled quickly, carried by word of mouth from one village to the next. But not all encounters with the Strigoi ended in terror. There were some who claimed to have survived their encounters through sheer will, or by using ancient charms passed down through the generations. Garlic hung by the windows, iron nails placed under pillows, and prayers spoken to long-forgotten gods. These were the tools of survival in a world where the dead didn't always rest. One of the most famous accounts came from a man named Mihai, who had been plagued by a Strigoi for weeks. Each night, he would wake to find his house colder than it should be, and he would hear whispers just beyond the edge of his hearing. He tried everything to protect himself, but nothing seemed to work. Desperate, Mihai sought out a local wise woman, who told him the only way to banish the Strigoi was to face it head-on. That night, Mihai waited. The air grew thick with dread, and just before dawn, the Strigoi appeared, a figure barely recognizable as his long-dead cousin. It moved with an unnatural grace, its eyes glowing with hunger. Mihai stood his ground, clutching the iron knife the wise woman had given him. The Strigoi lunged at him, but Mihai slashed at the air between them, and to his shock, the creature recoiled. He chased it back to the graveyard, where it disappeared into the earth. The next morning, Mihai's cousin's grave was dug up, and a stake was driven through the corpse's heart. The haunting stopped, but Mihai was never the same. These are the stories that linger in the corners of Dacian folklore, whispered even today by those who remember. The Strigoi are not mere figments of imagination, not to those who have seen them with their own eyes. These accounts remind the living that the dead are never far away, and sometimes they come back. In the silence of the night, when the wind carried a certain chill and the shadows seemed too long, a quiet terror would grip the hearts of villagers across Dacia. It was during these uneasy hours that they believed the Strigoi would stir from their graves, hungry for life, for blood. The fear was not just of the dark, but of what lingered within it, those who had crossed into death but refused to stay there. Villages, small and vulnerable, knew that if they were to survive, they had to protect themselves. Their defenses weren't made of stone walls or sharp swords, but of ancient rituals, whispers of wisdom passed from one elder to the next, and simple objects imbued with sacred power. In some villages, the first line of defense began before nightfall. Doors and windows were sealed tightly, and garlic, known for its power to repel evil, was hung in great bundles around every entrance. Families would pray, lighting candles and placing them in windows to keep the malevolent spirits at bay. The faint glow was a reminder that within the walls of their homes, the living still held dominion. But the real battle was not just in homes, it was in the heart of the village itself. One of the most powerful acts of protection involved iron. It was believed that the Strigoi could not cross iron, and so, many villagers would place iron nails under their pillows or hammer iron stakes into the ground near their homes. Some even wore small iron amulets, discreet but effective in warding off the undead. When a villager fell ill or passed away unexpectedly, the village would gather, filled with unspoken dread. Was this a natural death, or was it something else? If suspicion arose that a Strigoi might rise, iron stakes were driven into the body before it was buried, trapping the soul in the earth. But iron alone was not enough to calm the deep fear that lived in the hearts of the people. Special rituals were performed by the village elders, the ones who knew the old ways. On nights when the moon was full and the danger felt particularly close, entire villages would come together, gathering in their central square or near the church. A protective circle was drawn, and the villagers, clutching amulets made of bone or stone, would stand within it, chanting prayers meant to cleanse the air and drive away the Strigoi. The village healer or wise woman often led these rituals. She would sprinkle salt around the perimeter of the homes and across the threshold of every door. Salt, pure and incorruptible, was said to burn the undead, to cleanse the land of their foul presence. No Strigoi could step foot on a path marked by salt without suffering, and so, the villagers used it as a shield, trusting in its silent power. They were taught to place salt in the graves of the recently deceased, just in case, hoping to prevent their loved ones from returning in twisted, unnatural forms. But for some, the fear went even further. When a family suspected that one of their own might be cursed to rise as a Strigoi, drastic measures were taken. These families would wait through the night, listening for the telltale signs, scratching at the doors, strange voices calling their names, animals found dead without reason. If they were sure, absolutely sure, that a loved one was about to return as one of the undead, they performed what was known as the resting ritual. It was a terrifying thing to witness, but it was their only hope. The body of the deceased would be dug up, and in a somber, fearful silence, the heart was removed. The villagers would burn it, believing that this was the only way to free the spirit and keep the body in the grave where it belonged. Ashes from the heart would be scattered across the grave and mixed with holy water, to purify the ground and ensure that no evil could escape it. This ritual, though gruesome, was done out of desperation and love, a final act of mercy for the one they feared had become lost to the curse. Sometimes, the Strigoi did not rise from the dead but were said to walk among the living, hiding in plain sight. In these cases, villagers would turn to charms and talismans, passing them down as family heirlooms, each imbued with the prayers and hopes of generations. Amulets made from wolf teeth, symbols of strength, were worn to repel the undead. Crosses, whether made of wood or silver, were carried close to the heart, a reminder that faith could shield even the most fearful soul. There were stories, whispers shared in the safety of daylight, of entire villages besieged by the Strigoi. In these cases, drastic measures were taken. On certain nights, especially around All Saints' Day or the winter solstice, when the boundary between the living and the dead was believed to be thin, villages would organize night watches. The bravest men would stay awake, armed with iron stakes and holy water, patrolling the streets, ready to protect their homes from anything that might crawl out of the graveyard. The graveyard itself, often feared as the source of Strigoi, was treated with the utmost caution. Graves were consecrated with holy water, and small crosses were carved into the headstones. If a body needed to be exhumed for fear that it was rising as a Strigoi, it was done with extreme care. The exhumation would happen at noon, the brightest time of day, when the Strigoi were weakest. Once the body was staked, the coffin would be filled with garlic and salt before being buried again. In the face of this terror, there was strength. The villagers knew that they were not alone. By standing together, by performing their rituals, they believed they could keep the Strigoi at bay. Every whispered prayer, every nail driven into the earth, every charm hung in a window, it all mattered. These were not simple superstitions, but acts of survival, a way to protect their loved ones from something they did not fully understand, but feared with all their hearts. It wasn't just the fear of death that haunted them, it was the fear of what could come after, of seeing a beloved face twisted by hunger, of hearing a voice they once loved calling to them in the night, no longer the same. The rituals gave them control over the uncontrollable, a way to fight against a terror that seemed far more real than any other danger they could face. Through these acts, they believed they could protect their homes, their families, and their very souls from the curse of the Strigoi, from the darkness that lurked at the edges of their world, waiting to return. On cold winter nights, when the snow covered the hills of Dacia and the air was thick with silence, villagers would gather in the heart of their homes. Fires crackled, casting flickering light across their faces, but no amount of warmth could erase the chill that ran through them. It wasn't the cold they feared, it was the Strigoi. With each passing year, their presence hung over the village like a storm cloud, dark and ominous. But within that fear, there was also a strange acceptance. The Strigoi weren't just something to fear, they were woven into the very fabric of their world, a shadow that loomed over their rituals and festivals. In the heart of the Dacian calendar, special festivals arose that were shaped by the belief in these restless spirits. During certain times of the year, when it was believed the barrier between the living and the dead was at its weakest, entire villages would prepare for what felt like a dance between life and death. They knew the Strigoi were watching, perhaps even lurking among them, waiting for an opportunity to break through. One of the most profound of these moments came during the nights surrounding All Saints' Day. As the sun sank below the horizon and the darkness swallowed the land, the people gathered together, both out of fear and in reverence. They lit candles, dozens of them, casting soft glows that fought against the encroaching shadows. The flickering lights were not merely for comfort, they were offerings to the dead, a way to guide the souls of the departed back to the world of the living, if only for a brief visit. But there was always a whisper of danger, the thought that among these spirits, the Strigoi could return, vengeful and hungry. Villagers would prepare feasts, laying out food not just for the living but for the wandering spirits as well. Bread, milk, and honey were left outside homes, a silent invitation for the peaceful dead to partake and leave in peace. But they knew it wasn't always peaceful. These offerings were also meant to placate the Strigoi, to satisfy their hunger before it could turn into violence. This was a time when people walked with caution, whispering prayers as they moved through the night, afraid to glance too long at a figure in the distance, unsure if it was human or something else. Among the most curious festivals influenced by the Strigoi was the Night of the Spirits. On this night, it was said that the Strigoi rose from their graves in greater numbers, their restlessness stirred by the shifting seasons. The air was thick with superstition, and no one dared to sleep. Families would stay awake, huddled together around their fires, sharing stories of the past year, remembering the dead, and wondering if those long gone might find their way back. In the farthest corners of the village, there were always those who claimed to have seen something, a flicker of movement in the graveyard, a shadow crossing their doorstep, a voice calling their name from the dark. In a strange twist, fear of the Strigoi brought the villagers together in ways that few other things could. These festivals, meant to honor the dead, became gatherings where the entire community found solace in one another. Together, they were stronger, braver. Songs were sung, not to chase away the spirits, but to show them that the living still held power, still had joy in their hearts, even in the face of the unknown. The sound of drums echoed through the hills, beating back the silence that so often preceded the Strigoi's return. Yet, not all festivals were somber. Some took on a more celebratory tone, acknowledging the Strigoi's presence with both fear and laughter. There were rituals in which people dressed as the Strigoi themselves, painting their faces pale as death, with blackened eyes and sharp teeth. These mock Strigoi would roam the village, pretending to hunt the living, while the children ran and screamed with both terror and delight. It was a game, but beneath the surface, it was a reminder of the very real fears that gripped them during the dark of the year. The laughter that filled the streets was a kind of defiance, a way to show the Strigoi that no matter how much they haunted the living, they would never truly break their spirits. Witches played a vital role during these festivals. Often, they were called upon to perform rituals of protection, casting spells over homes and families, blessing the food that was offered to the dead. They spoke in hushed tones, drawing ancient symbols in the air, their words carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. Villagers would approach them with offerings, asking for charms that would protect them through the long nights, hoping that these small tokens of magic would be enough to keep the Strigoi from their doorsteps. The rituals didn't stop at the village edge. In the graveyards, where the Strigoi were said to rise, offerings of bread and wine were left on the graves. Sometimes, entire families would visit the resting places of their ancestors, placing wreaths of flowers and burning incense to keep their spirits calm. They believed that as long as their dead were remembered, as long as their graves were tended, the dead would remain in their graves. But if a grave was left unattended, if a spirit felt forgotten, that was when they might return in anger. Even the passing of the seasons seemed to echo the Strigoi's presence. During winter, when the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the Strigoi were said to roam more freely. The land itself seemed to mirror the fear that gripped the people. Snow covered the ground like a burial shroud, and the stillness of the season was only broken by the howling wind, which villagers often believed was the voice of the Strigoi calling out. The fear and respect for the Strigoi became more than just a belief, it became a tradition, a way of life. Every festival, every ritual, carried a deeper meaning, a connection to the spirits that watched over them, and the Strigoi that threatened to break through. And so, through these celebrations, they found balance, a way to honor both the living and the dead, and to protect themselves from what lay just beyond the veil of the night. Though fear lingered in every whispered prayer, every ritual performed under the moonlight, these festivals were also about hope. They reminded the villagers that they were not alone in their fear. Together, they faced the darkness, armed with the strength of their ancestors and the belief that, as long as they kept their traditions alive, the Strigoi could never truly win. There's a moment, just before sleep takes hold, when the darkness seems thicker than usual. The mind drifts toward thoughts we push away during the day. In that quiet space, there's always the question we cannot escape: what lies beyond? The Dacians, like many ancient peoples, were not strangers to this question. But unlike most, they gave their fears a face. They called it the Strigoi. The Strigoi became more than just a creature of folklore. It was the embodiment of everything unknown, everything terrifying about death. What happens when we die? Do we truly rest, or do we linger, restless and angry? These thoughts clung to the villagers' minds, growing with each cold, sleepless night. The Strigoi wasn't just a legend, it was a reflection of their deepest fears, their anxieties about death and the uncertainty that followed. In Dacian villages, life was fragile. Death came swiftly and often without warning. A bad winter, an illness, or an accident could claim a life in the blink of an eye. And for those left behind, there was more than just grief. There was the fear that their loved ones were not truly gone, that something darker awaited them in the afterlife. It's not hard to imagine why the idea of the Strigoi took root. The dead, once familiar and comforting, could become something unknown, something that no longer loved, no longer remembered, but only sought to harm. As the story spread, so did the dread. Strigoi were not just any spirits of the dead. There were those who could not find peace, those who returned to the living with malicious intent. In the eyes of the Dacians, this was more than superstition. It was a visceral reminder that death wasn't just an end, but perhaps a beginning to something far more terrifying. The Strigoi haunted the living, feeding on their vitality, their happiness, and even their lives. And this was not the fate of strangers alone. It could be a neighbor, a family member, or even a child who rose from the grave to torment the village. The fear of becoming a Strigoi was rooted in the fear of being forgotten, of dying without having made peace with the world. Those who had unsettled debts, unfulfilled promises, or lingering grudges were believed to be at the greatest risk. The community, in their anxiety, tried to ensure that no one left this world without being properly mourned, without being remembered. Graves were tended carefully, prayers were said, and offerings were made. Yet, beneath it all, there was always that creeping fear that no matter how well they prepared, they could never truly know. It's easy to see how the Strigoi legend spoke to something deeper within the human psyche. The creature was more than just a fear of death, it was a fear of being trapped, of losing control. In life, we struggle with the unknown, but in death, the unknown becomes all-encompassing. The Strigoi represented the worst possible outcome. The soul, instead of finding peace, became lost, twisted, and consumed by hatred. For the Dacians, the Strigoi was not just a story about the dead, it was a story about the living, about the way they dealt with loss, grief, and the fear that something might be waiting for them on the other side. When villagers whispered about the Strigoi, it wasn't just horror that passed between them, it was also a sense of helplessness. How do you fight something that you can't fully understand? How do you defend yourself against the possibility that someone you once loved could return, changed beyond recognition? It wasn't just the fear of the monster that kept them awake at night. It was the fear that they, too, might one day become one of them. These thoughts twisted in their minds like vines, wrapping tighter with every passing generation. The Strigoi myth was passed down from one family to the next, each version colored by personal loss and the fear that death was not the end. In a way, it became a shared grief, a collective dread that no one could escape. And as the years went on, the lines between the living and the dead seemed to blur. There's something profoundly human in the way the Strigoi legend was born out of this fear. For the Dacians, life was full of rituals meant to protect, to shield against the unknown. They carried out these traditions not only to safeguard themselves from the Strigoi, but to cope with the weight of their fears. The lighting of candles, the laying of offerings, the gathering of the village, these were more than just acts of protection. There were ways to push back against the anxiety that death could come without warning, that it could bring something worse than sorrow. The Strigoi, then, was not just a symbol of death. It was a reflection of the anxiety about what it means to truly lose someone. What if that loss wasn't final? What if it turned into something more terrifying? What if, in the stillness of the night, you heard a knock at the door, and it was not the person you once knew, but a shadow of them, something twisted and malevolent? The fear of the Strigoi spoke to the fragility of life, and the unsettling thought that the boundary between life and death was thinner than anyone wanted to believe. It played on the fear of losing not just life, but the very essence of who we are, the fear that death could strip away the humanity of even the kindest soul. For the Dacians, this fear was ever present, lurking in the shadows of their nights, woven into the fabric of their stories, and reflected in the eyes of those who had witnessed too much. To live in the shadow of the Strigoi was to live with the constant reminder that death was not the final chapter. It was a space filled with questions that had no answers, a fear that lingered even in the daylight. The Strigoi, in all its terrifying forms, reminded the Dacians that death was not something they could control or predict. It was a mystery, and in that mystery, there was always the possibility of something darker waiting just beyond. There was a time when darkness was not just the absence of light, but a place where justice could rise in the most chilling forms. For the Dacians, morality and punishment were not just matters left to the living. In the silence of the night, the Strigoi were said to roam, but not all of them brought chaos indiscriminately. Some came with a purpose, a terrifying sense of duty. These creatures, once feared as merely malevolent, were also seen as enforcers of a moral code that echoed through generations. It's strange, isn't it? The thought that those who had crossed over to the other side might still care about the rules of the living. But for the Dacians, the Strigoi did more than haunt, they corrected. Their presence was a dark reminder that the world beyond was watching, and it cared deeply about justice. If someone broke the moral fabric of the village, if they stole, cheated, or hurt another in secret, they knew that death might not be an escape from their actions. It could be the very beginning of their reckoning. The Strigoi, in some tales, became the ultimate punishers of those who had wronged others. In life, they might have been neighbors or family, but in death, they transformed into forces of retribution. The punishment they brought was not swift or clean. It was slow, creeping, and as relentless as the sins that summoned them. People whispered that if you lied or cheated, the Strigoi would know. If you betrayed a friend or turned your back on a vow, they would come. Their arrival was more than fearsome, it was deserved. The myth of the Strigoi served as a warning to those who might be tempted to stray from the path of righteousness. They were the enforcers of an unspoken code, a moral guide that hung in the air, reminding everyone that what they did in life echoed in ways they couldn't control. The Strigoi were not just mindless creatures of death, they were the embodiment of a system of consequences that could reach beyond the grave. In this sense, the Strigoi acted as a reflection of the living world's need for order. The Dacians lived in a close-knit society where everyone's actions affected the entire community. Trust was the foundation upon which life was built, and when that trust was broken, the damage rippled through families, friendships, and futures. The Strigoi, with their unsettling sense of justice, were there to ensure that no betrayal went unanswered. They reminded the living that there were consequences, even when the living world failed to deliver them. For those who wronged others, the Strigoi didn't just exact punishment and death. They could also punish the living, haunting their nights, invading their dreams, and draining their energy until there was nothing left but fear and regret. The villagers believed that the guilty could be tormented by these creatures until their wrongdoing was righted or until their spirit was broken. This was more than folklore, it was a lesson, passed from one generation to the next, about the price of evil. It was a way of teaching, through fear, that nothing done in darkness could be hidden forever. In this way, the Strigoi didn't just terrorize, they reinforced the importance of living a good life. The Dacians feared the Strigoi not only for their supernatural abilities, but for the justice they represented. In a world where formal justice systems were fragile or non-existent, the Strigoi stood as otherworldly judges, ensuring that evil did not go unchecked. The weight of this belief shaped the way people lived. Honesty, loyalty, kindness, and respect became shields against the wrath of the Strigoi, and morality became a matter of survival. But the fear of the Strigoi wasn't just about avoiding punishment. It was about a deeper understanding of balance. For the Dacians, life and death were intertwined, and what you did in one bled into the other. The Strigoi were proof that evil had a way of circling back. It was a poetic kind of justice, terrifying in its scope, but strangely fair. You could not hide from your actions, not in life, not in death. And so, people lived with a heightened awareness of their deeds. They knew that their actions, even in secret, could summon the Strigoi. The stories of these creatures crawling out of their graves to avenge wrongs weren't just meant to scare, they were meant to teach. Parents would tell their children to always tell the truth, to never betray a friend, and to respect the elderly, not just because it was the right thing to do, but because the Strigoi would know if they didn't. Imagine the chill that would run through a village when an elder would speak of a neighbor who had wronged them, only to fall shortly after with no explanation. The whispers would begin. Had they been marked by the Strigoi? Would the creature come for them next? No one wanted to be on the wrong side of these ancient spirits. No one wanted to wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding, and hear the rustling outside, wondering if it was the wind or something much worse. This belief in the Strigoi as moral enforcers wasn't just a way to keep people in line, it was a reflection of how deeply the Dacians valued harmony. Life in their world was delicate, balanced on the edge of survival, and every decision mattered. The Strigoi, feared as they were, played a crucial role in keeping that balance intact. The myth of these undead beings may have been terrifying, but it was also strangely comforting. In a world where justice sometimes seemed elusive, the Strigoi offered a kind of reassurance that nothing would be forgotten, no evil deed would go unpunished. So, while the Strigoi were creatures of fear, they also embodied a deep sense of fairness, a promise that the universe, twisted and dark as it sometimes was, had its way of righting wrongs. The Dacians, in their simple yet profound understanding of life, saw the Strigoi not only as a warning of the unknown, but also as guardians of an unspoken moral code that transcended life itself. In the heart of the ancient Dacian lands, where mountains touched the sky and the rivers whispered through the valleys, death was not an end, but a passage. It was said that the soul left its fragile vessel, drifting into the unknown, but the question always lingered: what awaited after the final breath? For the Dacians, life after death was not shrouded in mystery alone. It was a reality that shaped their rituals, their lives, and their fears. And within this belief, the Strigoi emerged, bridging the gap between the world of the living and the dead, feared yet bound by the same fate. The Dacians did not believe in a simple departure. Death was a transition, a threshold that every soul would cross. It wasn't something to dread, but it was not without its dangers. They believed that the journey beyond was full of trials, where the soul would have to prove its worth. But for some, that journey was not so easy. Some were left behind, tied to the earth by sins, curses, or unfinished business. These were the Strigoi, the ones who could not find peace, condemned to roam the land they once walked in life, their souls restless and filled with torment. In Dacian culture, the afterlife wasn't just a single destination. There was a place of peace, where the righteous could rest, and there was another, darker place for those who had betrayed their own people or committed great wrongs. For those who failed to reach either of these places, something more dreadful awaited. These were the souls that hovered between life and death, neither fully gone nor entirely present, caught in a limbo that could twist them into something far more sinister. This was where the Strigoi found their origin, a manifestation of this unfinished journey. The Dacians believed that the passage to the afterlife was precarious. To ensure that the dead would not return, rituals were carefully followed. Funerals were not just about mourning, they were about ensuring that the soul would not turn back. Coins were placed on the eyes of the deceased to pay the toll to the other world, and the body was watched closely to ensure no strange signs appeared. If someone died with unresolved anger or envy, the villagers would murmur, fearing the person might return as a Strigoi. The fear wasn't just of the unknown, it was of the known coming back in the form of something terrifying. A person who had lived a troubled life was a prime candidate to become a Strigoi. A wronged soul, someone who had not been buried with the proper rites, or even someone cursed in life, could become one of the undead. Their failure to reach peace after death meant they were condemned to an existence of anguish, forever longing for the life they lost. It was believed that these spirits would come back to feed on the vitality of the living, trying to fill the emptiness that consumed them. The Dacians knew that those who returned as Strigoi were not merely ghosts, they were distorted versions of their former selves, hungry and vengeful. This belief held the village in a tight grip. The thought that the dead could rise again in such a dreadful form was enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone. At night, when the wind howled and the forests creaked, people would glance over their shoulders, fearing that the Strigoi were lurking, waiting to strike. It wasn't uncommon for villagers to take extreme measures, exhuming the bodies of those suspected of becoming Strigoi and driving a stake through their hearts to ensure they wouldn't rise. It was a desperate act of survival, a battle against the forces of death that didn't know how to stay dead. But the Strigoi were not only feared because of their hunger for life. They were reminders of what could go wrong in the afterlife. They were symbols of everything that the Dacians feared about death, that a soul might not find peace, that it could return in a twisted, malicious form. In a culture where the afterlife was revered, where ancestors were honored and remembered, the Strigoi represented the worst possible outcome. To become one was to be forgotten by the gods, rejected by both the living and the dead. It was the ultimate punishment, a restless eternity. The Dacians believed that life and death were interconnected, and that how one lived influenced their afterlife. But the existence of the Strigoi turned that belief into something far more complex. Even the most righteous person could be cursed, and even those who lived well could fall victim to the supernatural. It was a constant reminder that the afterlife was not a guarantee of peace. It was something that had to be earned, and even then, fate could intervene in the cruelest ways. Rituals were performed not just to guide the dead into the afterlife, but to protect the living from those who couldn't leave. It was a way of keeping the balance. The Dacians believed that the boundary between life and death was fragile, and the Strigoi walked that line. They were the embodiment of all the uncertainties that death carried with it, the idea that one might not escape, that something of the self might remain trapped, filled with rage, envy, and insatiable hunger. The fear of the Strigoi wasn't just about superstition. It was a reflection of how deeply the Dacians feared death and the unknown that followed it. The thought that the dead could rise, that they could come back to harm the living, fed into a larger anxiety about what death truly meant. Was it final, or could something go wrong? The Strigoi were the answer to that question, and it was an answer that terrified them. In the heart of Dacian culture, death was sacred, and the afterlife was a journey that everyone had to take. But the existence of the Strigoi turned that journey into a gamble. It was a belief rooted in both fear and reverence, a way of understanding the world beyond while acknowledging that some mysteries could never be fully understood. The Strigoi were the darkest aspect of this belief, the reflection of everything that could go wrong when a soul was left in limbo. And so, the Dacians lived with one eye on the world and the other on the grave. Every choice, every act of kindness or cruelty had consequences that reached far beyond death. The Strigoi reminded them that death wasn't just an ending, it could be the beginning of something far worse. There was a quiet dread in the hearts of the Dacians when it came to death. Not because they feared the end itself, but because they feared what might come after. They whispered stories of those who couldn't find rest, souls that wandered long after their bodies had turned cold in the earth. These were the restless dead, the Strigoi. Their presence haunted the villages and homes, a chilling reminder that peace was not guaranteed, not even in death. But why? Why did some souls slip into the calm embrace of the afterlife, while others clawed their way back to torment the living? It wasn't just about how one lived, though that played a part. The reasons why someone became a Strigoi were complex, tangled in a web of curses, regrets, and untold sins. Sometimes, it was said, a Strigoi was born from a life filled with bitterness and envy. A person whose soul was weighed down with unresolved anger could find themselves trapped after death, unable to move on. Instead of crossing into the afterlife, they hovered on the edges, tied to the world by the very emotions that had poisoned their life. But anger wasn't the only thing that could curse a soul. Betrayal, especially from family or close friends, could be just as dangerous. A person who had been wronged or abandoned in life might return, driven by a need for vengeance. They would rise as a Strigoi, fueled by the pain that had consumed their heart. This vengeance wasn't always violent. Sometimes it came in the form of tormenting the ones they left behind, visiting them in nightmares or draining their energy, slowly but surely. Then there were those who were cursed from birth, marked by fate before they even took their first breath. Born with misfortune hanging over them, they carried the weight of that curse their entire lives. And when they died, the curse didn't leave them, it followed them into the grave, trapping their soul in a state of unrest. These were the Strigoi who had never known peace, not in life, and certainly not in death. They were doomed to wander, searching for something they could never find. It wasn't always anger or betrayal that kept a soul from resting, though. Sometimes it was fear of what awaited them in the afterlife. A person who had committed great wrongs in life might be terrified of the judgment that would come once they crossed over. They knew they deserved punishment, and in their desperation to avoid it, they clung to the world of the living. But instead of escaping their fate, they became something far worse, a Strigoi, forever trapped between two worlds, neither fully alive nor truly dead. For the Dacians, death was supposed to be a transition, a step toward peace. But when the proper rituals weren't followed, when the rites were forgotten or ignored, the soul could become lost. It was said that improper burial practices could leave a door open, a path for the dead to return. If a body wasn't buried with care, or if a loved one was forgotten, their spirit might feel neglected and rise again. The lack of honor in death translated to unrest in the afterlife, and these forgotten souls would become Strigoi, seeking out the respect and acknowledgement they were denied in life. In some cases, a person who died suddenly or violently, without the chance to say goodbye, was at risk of becoming a Strigoi. Their death left something unfinished, a lingering thread of life that hadn't been fully severed. These souls would come back, searching for closure, but in doing so, they brought terror to the living. They might appear to loved ones in dreams, or worse, manifest in the shadows, unable to speak but full of anguish, trying to explain what had been left undone. It was believed that illness could also play a role in creating a Strigoi. Diseases that wasted the body and tormented the soul could leave a person vulnerable to becoming one of the restless dead. Sickness weakened the boundary between life and death, and if the dying person's spirit was consumed by fear or confusion, they could become trapped. Their soul wouldn't know where to go, and instead of passing on, it would linger, turning into a Strigoi, a tormented spirit who could not find rest. For the Dacians, the Strigoi were more than just tales to frighten children. They were a reflection of everything that could go wrong in death, everything that could prevent a soul from finding peace. They represented the fears and uncertainties that surrounded the idea of the afterlife, the worries that even the smallest mistake could doom a person to an eternity of suffering. And it was these beliefs that made the Strigoi so terrifying, because they weren't just monsters, they were once people, ordinary souls who had somehow lost their way. As night fell over the Dacian villages, people would lock their doors and place protective charms around their homes, hoping to keep the Strigoi at bay. But there was always a quiet fear that one day, one of their own might join the ranks of the restless dead. They understood that the line between peace and torment was thin, and that anyone, no matter how kind or careful, could find themselves caught on the wrong side of that line. The Strigoi weren't just a punishment for the wicked, they were a warning for everyone. They reminded the living to be careful with their choices, to settle their debts, to live without bitterness or betrayal. Because if they didn't, they might not just suffer in life, they might suffer long after their heart stopped beating. And so, the Dacians lived with a constant awareness of death, always mindful of how they treated the dying and the dead. They knew that every soul deserved peace, but they also knew that not every soul would find it. The Strigoi were the embodiment of that fear, the proof that sometimes, death was not the end, but the beginning of something far worse. In the stillness of the Dacian night, the air seemed to thrum with the whispers of ancestors, both a comfort and a warning. The living knew their connection to those who had come before them was deep, a bond that stretched beyond the grave. This connection was not merely about honoring memories, it was a relationship fraught with power and responsibility. Ancestors could bless their descendants with protection, guidance, and love, but they could also harbor resentment, turning into forces of darkness that cursed the living if they felt disrespected or forgotten. Every family had its own stories of the ancestors who watched over them, shaping their lives like the river carved through the mountains. Grandparents who had tended the fields, parents who had faced hardship, each contributed to a legacy that lived on in their children. The Dacians honored this legacy through rituals, ensuring that the spirits of the dead were remembered, celebrated, and, most importantly, appeased. But with every act of remembrance came the knowledge that ancestors were not just passive observers. They were active participants in the lives of the living, holding the power to influence their fates. Imagine a mother telling her child the stories of their forebears, recounting tales of bravery, sacrifice, and wisdom. Each story was a thread woven into the fabric of their identity. In this way, the past was never truly past, it lingered in the hearts and minds of the living, guiding their actions and decisions. But what happened when those ancestors felt their stories were forgotten? What if their names were never spoken, their sacrifices unacknowledged? The silence could be deafening, a void filled with disappointment and sorrow. There were whispers in the village about families who had lost their way, those who had turned their backs on tradition. Some believed that those ancestors, feeling neglected, had cursed their descendants. Bad luck followed these families like a shadow, and misfortune seemed to stalk their every step. Crops failed, children fell ill, and relationships soured. Each disaster was seen as a sign, a reminder that the ancestors were displeased, warning of the consequences of forgetting them. In this culture, where the living and the dead were intricately linked, failing to honor one's heritage was a grave mistake, one that could lead to a life steeped in suffering. One tale spoke of a young man who, in his quest for modernity, abandoned the old ways. He stopped visiting the graves of his ancestors, neglecting the rituals that had once brought his family blessings. His life began to spiral, friends betrayed him, his business crumbled, and a deep sense of loneliness settled in. It was only when he visited the graveyard on a moonlit night, feeling the weight of his choices, that he sensed the presence of his ancestors surrounding him. The air grew thick with emotion as he knelt, placing flowers on their graves. Tears streamed down his face as he begged for forgiveness. In that moment, he felt the warmth of their love wash over him, reminding him that their connection was not severed, only strained. But not all stories ended in reconciliation. Some families faced a darker fate. A tale told of a woman whose ancestors had been powerful warriors, known for their strength and bravery. As generations passed, their descendants grew complacent, forgetting the lessons of the past. They shunned the traditions that once brought them honor, living selfishly and recklessly. Over time, the once great family was reduced to whispers, their name becoming synonymous with shame. Their ancestors, furious at the betrayal, turned their backs on them, casting a shadow that seemed to follow the family wherever they went. Misfortune plagued them, their lives entwined with a curse that grew stronger with each passing year. In Dacian culture, the balance between the living and the dead was delicate. The living relied on their ancestors for protection, seeking their guidance during times of trouble. Rituals were performed to ask for blessings, to ensure that the ancestors remained present in their lives. It was believed that the spirits of the ancestors would intervene, providing support and strength. But if these rituals were neglected, if the living forgot the sacrifices made by those who came before them, the ancestors could just as easily withdraw their support. On the flip side, when families honored their ancestors, the benefits were palpable. Villagers shared stories of how they felt the warmth of their ancestors' presence during important events, weddings, births, even during moments of grief. They felt as if their ancestors were guiding them, whispering words of encouragement, helping them navigate life's challenges. In these moments, the bond felt unbreakable, a testament to the love that transcended time and space. As the sun set, casting long shadows over the Dacian hills, families would gather to share meals, recounting the stories of their ancestors, lighting candles at graves. These moments were filled with laughter and tears, a celebration of life and remembrance of those who had come before. Each flickering candle was a promise to remember, to honor, and to maintain the connection that bound them to the past. Yet, the fear of the ancestors' wrath was always present. It served as a reminder that the relationship was not one-sided. The living needed to nurture this bond, to acknowledge the sacrifices made, and to keep the stories alive. Ignoring that duty could lead to dire consequences, a chilling reality that hovered just beyond the edge of their consciousness. In the quiet hours of the night, as the wind rustled through the trees, the Dacians would close their eyes and listen, hoping to hear the soft whispers of their ancestors. They knew that those whispers held both love and warning. The connection was not only about remembrance, it was a dance of respect and duty, a reminder that the living were shaped by the choices of those who had come before. In honoring their ancestors, they found strength, love, and protection, an unbroken chain that linked them through time, binding the past to the present in a powerful embrace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows over the village, a heavy silence filled the air. It was the time of mourning, a moment when the living prepared to say goodbye to a soul that had journeyed beyond. Yet, in the hearts of the villagers, there lay a deep-seated fear, a haunting concern that their loved ones might not find eternal rest. They worried about the possibility of the dead rising as Strigoi, the restless spirits that roamed the night, seeking vengeance or solace. The dread of a loved one returning as something other than themselves was a thought that sent shivers down spines and quickened heartbeats. To ensure that the deceased would find peace and not return to haunt the living, the villagers adhered to elaborate funeral rites. These rituals were not merely a way to honor the dead, They were a shield against the darkness that could rise from the grave. With every step of the ceremony, the living invoked ancient customs, hoping to safeguard their community and lay their loved ones to rest. The funeral began with the careful preparation of the body. Loved ones washed the deceased, treating the lifeless form with utmost respect. It was a tender act filled with love and sorrow, an acknowledgement that the spirit had departed but the body still deserved honor. They dressed the body in the best clothes, often traditional garments that reflected the culture's rich heritage. This attention to detail was not just for the living's sake, it was a way to send the deceased off in style, ensuring that they had everything they needed for the journey ahead. After the body was prepared, it was placed in a simple wooden coffin, adorned with flowers that whispered of life and beauty. The scent of wildflowers filled the air, a bittersweet reminder of the love that had blossomed in life. As the villagers gathered to pay their respects, the weight of grief settled heavily on their shoulders. Each tear shed was not just for the loss, it was also for the fear of what might happen if the rites were not followed correctly. What if their loved one rose again, a shadow of their former self, seeking vengeance or closure in the form of a Strigoi? Once the coffin was ready, the procession to the graveyard began. Villagers walked in somber silence, hearts heavy with grief. The path was lined with candles, flickering softly against the encroaching darkness, illuminating their way. As they moved, whispers of prayers floated through the air. These prayers were powerful incantations, aimed at warding off any evil spirits that might linger nearby. The villagers called upon their ancestors, asking for guidance and protection. They understood that the barrier between life and death was fragile, and a few misplaced words or forgotten rituals could lead to calamity. At the gravesite, the atmosphere turned almost electric with emotion. The villagers gathered around the open grave, forming a protective circle. Each person took a turn to say their final goodbyes, sharing memories, laughter, and tears. It was a moment filled with deep connection, a reminder that life was a tapestry woven together with love and loss. Yet, beneath that tapestry lay the chilling fear that this farewell could be temporary if the rituals were not properly executed. As the coffin was lowered into the earth, a series of rituals were performed to seal the grave. Villagers believed that specific actions could prevent the dead from returning. They often placed a large stone over the grave, a physical barrier meant to weigh down the spirit, ensuring it could not rise. The significance of this act was profound. It symbolized not just a farewell, but a finality, a closure that must be respected. Additionally, they sprinkled salt around the grave, a powerful substance known for its purifying properties. Salt was believed to ward off evil spirits, and in this context, it became a protective shield. The villagers understood that the salt's presence would help cleanse the area, creating a sacred space where the spirit could rest peacefully. In the face of grief, the rituals offered them a sense of control over the uncontrollable. But even after the burial, the villagers continued their efforts to protect against the potential rise of Strigoi. They would return to the gravesite within a few days to ensure that everything remained undisturbed. They looked for signs that the dead were not at peace, watching for strange occurrences or disturbances in the earth. If anything seemed amiss, further rituals would be performed to soothe the spirit, asking for forgiveness and understanding. The fear of the Strigoi loomed large in the hearts of the villagers. They understood that the bonds of love and duty extended beyond death, and it was their responsibility to ensure that their loved ones transitioned smoothly into the afterlife. This fear was intertwined with love, creating a complex tapestry of emotions that colored every aspect of their mourning process. In the days that followed the funeral, the village became a place of quiet reflection. Homes were filled with the scent of traditional foods prepared for the mourning period. Families would gather to share meals, telling stories of the departed while ensuring that their memory remained alive. It was a comforting ritual, a way to keep the spirit present in their lives while acknowledging the need to let go. Yet, even in these moments of remembrance, the lingering fear of the Strigoi remained. It was a reminder that death was not the end, and the boundary between life and the unknown was often blurred. The villagers honored their dead not just out of respect, but out of a deep-seated need to protect themselves from what lay beyond the grave. And every candle lit, every prayer whispered, and every ritual performed, they sought solace, hoping that their love would carry their ancestors safely into the eternal light. The funeral rites were more than just a goodbye. They were a lifeline to the past, a way to ensure that the connection between the living and the dead remained unbroken. In the shadows of their fears, the villagers found strength, holding tight to the belief that through love, respect, and careful rituals, they could keep the Strigoi at bay and allow their loved ones to rest in peace. In this delicate balance of love and loss, the villagers forged their path, eternally tied to the spirits that had shaped their lives. Under the cloak of night, the quiet of the cemetery was often disrupted by the sound of rustling leaves and the soft whisper of the wind. But sometimes, a more sinister noise echoed through the darkness, the scraping of shovels against earth, the clink of metal on stone, and the hushed voices of those driven by morbid curiosity or dark intentions. The act of grave desecration, a violation of the resting place of the dead, carried with it consequences far greater than the living could understand. The villagers knew well the tales of what could happen when a grave was disturbed, how the very fabric of the afterlife could unravel, and how the Strigoi could rise once more. Imagine a young couple, drawn to the allure of the supernatural, venturing into the cemetery under the guise of adventure. With a flashlight flickering in the dim light, they made their way toward the oldest grave, a decaying stone etched with the name of a long-forgotten soul. In their hearts, they felt a thrill, but in the back of their minds, an unsettling fear simmered. They had heard the stories of the Strigoi, the restless spirits that roamed the night, but curiosity pushed them forward. They began to dig, their hands moving frantically as they uncovered dirt and roots, laughing nervously. But as the ground was broken, the air shifted. The wind howled through the trees, and the night felt colder. The couple paused, sensing that they had crossed an unseen line. It was a moment filled with both exhilaration and dread, the kind of thrill that gives way to panic when reality strikes. With every handful of dirt cast aside, they disturbed the peace of the grave, awakening ancient forces that should have remained undisturbed. To the villagers, the act of desecrating a grave was not merely an act of disrespect, it was a catalyst for chaos. The tales whispered among them told of those who had risen from their graves in anger, driven by the violation of their final resting place. The dead, once at peace, could be awakened by such acts, and in that awakening, they could become something other than what they once were. Strigoi were not simply vengeful spirits, they were manifestations of anguish, born from the pain of being disturbed. The night wore on, and the couple continued their excavation, oblivious to the gathering shadows that crept closer. As they dug deeper, a chill swept through the air, a sense of foreboding that sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shifted. A low rumble echoed through the earth, and their laughter turned to gasps of terror. They stumbled back, falling to the ground as a chilling presence enveloped them. What they did not understand was that every grave held a story, a soul that had lived and loved, suffered and died. By disturbing the resting place, they had awakened that soul, stirring it from its eternal slumber. The Strigoi, once peaceful, now felt the sting of betrayal and anger. In that moment, the couple became aware of the ancient curse they had awakened. The Strigoi emerged from the shadows, a figure cloaked in sorrow and rage. The young couple's hearts raced as they beheld the ghastly sight. The once familiar contours of a human form were now twisted and elongated, the eyes filled with an emptiness that spoke of despair. The air thickened with the weight of emotions, grief, fury, and longing. This was not a mere ghost, it was a reflection of what had been lost, a soul yearning for recognition. As the couple scrambled to their feet, the Strigoi reached out, not to harm them, but to express its anguish. It was a being caught between two worlds, unable to find peace because of the disrespect shown to its resting place. The couple's eyes widened with fear as they realized the gravity of their actions. They had become the catalysts of a tragedy, and the weight of that realization crashed down on them. In that moment, the Strigoi's sorrow transformed into a chilling warning. It pointed towards the grave that had been disturbed, the earth still fresh and the headstone askew. The couple felt an overwhelming wave of regret, understanding that their desire for thrill had led them to this point. They turned to run, panic driving them away from the darkness, but the shadows seemed to stretch out, trying to hold them back. They were haunted not just by the Strigoi, but by their own fear of the consequences that came from their reckless curiosity. Back in the village, word spread like wildfire. The elders gathered, recalling the age-old tales of grave desecration and the Strigoi. Their faces were etched with worry as they shared stories of neighbors who had fallen victim to the restless dead. They spoke of the families torn apart by the haunting of loved ones who could not find peace. Each tale added weight to the villagers' hearts, reminding them of the delicate balance between the living and the dead. In hushed tones, the elders warned against the dangers of disturbing the graves. They reminded the villagers of the importance of honoring the dead, of respecting their journeys into the afterlife. For each grave held not just a body but a legacy, a story woven into the fabric of their community. To disturb that resting place was to disrespect the very essence of life and death. As the couple fled the cemetery, their hearts raced with a mix of fear and guilt. They knew that their actions could not be undone, and they could feel the Strigoi's lingering presence. It was a reminder that the dead would not easily let go of their pain. The rising of the Strigoi was not simply an event, it was a consequence of choices made in ignorance. In the days that followed, the couple could not escape the feeling of being watched. The shadows seemed to linger just a bit too long, and whispers echoed in the wind. The memory of that night haunted their dreams, the Strigoi a constant reminder of the darkness that could rise from the depths of the grave. They became prisoners of their own fear, knowing that they had disturbed something sacred. The village held its breath, hoping that the Strigoi would find peace once more. They performed rituals to honor the dead, lighting candles and offering prayers, seeking to soothe the restless spirits. But the couple knew they were forever marked by their actions, a chilling reminder of how easily one could awaken the darkness. In the end, the story of grave desecration served as a warning, a testament to the bond between the living and the dead. Every grave told a story, and every story held power. To disturb that peace was to risk awakening the very essence of despair, a reminder that the dead would always hold sway over the living if disrespected. The Strigoi were not just figures of horror, they were reflections of the pain and grief that echoed through the ages, waiting for acknowledgement and understanding. In a quiet village nestled between misty hills and dark, whispering woods, the legend of Vlaska was born, a tale woven into the very fabric of Dacian history. The story begins in a time long ago when the world was still young, and the boundary between the living and the dead was not as clear as it is today. Vlaska was once a humble farmer, known for his kind heart and unwavering spirit. He toiled in the fields from dawn until dusk, his hands roughened by work but gentle when caring for the land and his loved ones. Yet, fate can be cruel. One fateful winter, a plague swept through the village, bringing death to many, including Vlaska's beloved wife, Mara. The loss shattered him. He was left with an emptiness that gnawed at his soul, leaving him unable to face the world without her. Vlaska wandered through the village, a shadow of the man he once was. Friends tried to reach out, offering their support, but he would not be comforted. His heart, heavy with grief, became a fortress, keeping everyone at bay. As the days turned into weeks, Vlaska spent his nights wandering the woods, searching for a glimpse of Mara in the moonlight. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry her name, calling him to join her in the afterlife. In his darkest moments, he found himself wishing to be reunited with her, even if it meant stepping into the unknown. It was during one of these lonely nights that he stumbled upon a gathering of strange figures in the woods, cloaked in shadows and murmurs. They were the witches of the land, practitioners of the old ways, rumored to have the power to bridge the worlds of the living and the dead. Desperation took hold of Vlaska, and he approached them, pleading for a way to bring Mara back. The witches listened, their eyes glinting with a mixture of sympathy and caution. They warned him that the path he sought was fraught with peril. The dead were not meant to return, and tampering with such forces could bring dire consequences. But Vlaska, consumed by grief, could not heed their warnings. In a moment of reckless determination, he agreed to their terms. The witches performed their dark ritual under the pale light of the moon, weaving spells and chants that echoed through the night. Vlaska watched as they conjured images of his beloved Mara, her face illuminated in a way that made his heart swell with longing. But as the spell reached its climax, something went horribly wrong. The earth trembled, and the air crackled with energy. Vlaska felt a surge of power and despair, and the fabric of life and death twisted around him. When the ritual ended, Vlaska stood alone in the woods. The witches vanished as if they had never been. But Mara was gone, her spirit forever lost to him. Instead, something else had awakened within him. As the days turned into nights, Vlaska felt an insatiable hunger, a longing that went beyond the mortal realm. He could feel the presence of the dead all around him, their whispers filling his ears with despair and anger. He became something else, a being caught between life and death, the first Strigoi. The village soon began to notice changes in Vlaska. He wandered the streets at night, his eyes now shimmering with an unnatural glow. The warmth of his laughter had faded, replaced by a chilling silence that sent shivers down the spines of those who passed him. Livestock began to vanish, and shadows danced in the corners of their homes as if the darkness itself conspired against them. The villagers exchanged fearful glances, whispering among themselves about the man who had become a specter of the night. Vlaska, now trapped in a body that no longer felt his own, wandered through the village he once loved, searching for something he could never reclaim. His heart ached not just for Mara, but for the life he had lost, the warmth of the sun on his face, the laughter of children, the simple joys of living. As the sun set, he would stand at the edge of the woods, the shadows around him thickening, feeling the pull of the night as it wrapped around him like a shroud. The villagers decided to confront the fears that had taken root in their hearts. They gathered, armed with protective charms and brave spirits, to seek out the truth of Vlaska's transformation. In hushed tones, they spoke of the witch's warnings and the tales of the Strigoi. With fear and determination in their hearts, they ventured into the woods, guided by the flickering light of torches, calling out for Vlaska. As they reached the clearing, the air grew heavy with tension. Vlaska stood before them, a haunting figure cloaked in darkness, his once kind eyes now hollow and filled with sorrow. "What have you become?" a brave villager called out, fear gripping their heart. Vlaska's voice echoed through the trees, filled with the pain of a man lost to grief. "I am neither dead nor alive. I am the bridge between worlds, a reflection of love and despair." The villagers, realizing the depth of his suffering, felt a mix of fear and sympathy. They understood that Vlaska was not simply a monster but a tragic figure bound by the choices of his past. They approached him cautiously, seeking to offer their compassion rather than fear. But the darkness surrounding him would not let them get too close. It was as if the very air crackled with the memories of loss, pulling them away. In the days that followed, strange occurrences continued to plague the village. Crops withered, and shadows flickered in the corners of homes. The elders recounted stories of Vlaska, the first Strigoi, warning of the dangers of grief and the lengths to which one could go to seek love in the afterlife. They spoke of how his soul had become intertwined with the fabric of the village, a reminder of the pain that could linger long after a loved one was lost. The legend of Vlaska grew, becoming a haunting tale told around flickering fires, a warning of the dangers of tampering with life and death. Families honored the memory of the departed with greater reverence, ensuring that the dead were laid to rest with care. They understood now that the Strigoi were not merely figures of terror but reflections of the deep emotional ties that bound them to their loved ones, a reminder of the pain that could rise if those ties were broken. Vlaska's story became a part of the village's collective memory, a testament to love's enduring power and the profound consequences of grief. Though he was lost to the shadows, his tale served as a reminder that the bond between the living and the dead is sacred, one that should be respected and cherished. And so, as the seasons changed and the village thrived, the legend of Vlaska lived on, a haunting echo of a love that transcended even death itself. In the heart of the Dacian mountains, where the mist clung to the ancient trees and shadows danced beneath the moonlight, there lived a nobleman named Dragomir. He was a figure of grace and strength, loved by his people and feared by his enemies. With dark hair that flowed like the night and piercing eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the world, he was a man destined for greatness. Yet, beneath this noble exterior lay a heart troubled by ambition and desire. Dragomir ruled a vast territory, his castle towering over the valley like a sentinel watching over its domain. The villagers admired him, for he had brought prosperity to the land. His laughter rang through the halls, and his presence filled the feasts with joy. But as with many stories of power, darkness crept in when ambition turned to greed. Dragomir's hunger for control grew, and he sought to expand his territory at any cost. One fateful day, in a bid to secure his reign, he turned to dark magic. He sought the counsel of a mysterious sorceress, known only in hushed whispers. She was said to hold the keys to immortality and the power to make him invincible. Dragomir, blinded by desire, sought her out, determined to seize the power that would ensure his legacy. The sorceress warned him of the price he would have to pay, but Dragomir, filled with arrogance, paid no heed to her caution. The night of the ritual was shrouded in darkness. The sorceress led Dragomir to a clearing, where ancient stones stood like sentinels, their surfaces etched with symbols of old. As the moon reached its zenith, she began to chant, and the air crackled with energy. Dragomir felt the power coursing through him, intoxicating and exhilarating. In that moment, he felt unstoppable, a true king among men. Yet, as the last words of the incantation fell from the sorceress's lips, something changed. With a blinding flash, the world around him transformed. The joy of power was replaced with a profound emptiness. Dragomir looked down at his hands, which now appeared pale and lifeless. He realized too late that he had become something far beyond a mere mortal. He was now a Strigoi, a creature of the night, cursed to walk the earth in a form that bore no resemblance to his once proud self. In the days that followed, the villagers noticed a chilling change in Dragomir. His laughter had vanished, replaced by a cold, haunting silence. The vibrant banquets were replaced by shadows that crept into the corners of the castle. The people whispered among themselves, sensing the darkness that enveloped their beloved prince. But Dragomir was unaware of their fear, lost in the haze of his new existence. His thirst for power morphed into a hunger that could never be sated. One night, as the moon hung low in the sky, Dragomir ventured into the village, drawn by an insatiable craving for warmth and life. The villagers, unaware of his true nature, welcomed him with open arms, offering food and drink. But as they celebrated, an uneasy tension filled the air. Dragomir's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly hunger, and soon, panic erupted as he revealed his true self. The laughter turned to screams, and chaos consumed the night. Families fled, locking their doors against the prince who had once been their protector. Dragomir stood at the edge of the village, his heart heavy with the weight of his actions. He could feel the pain of betrayal, the love of his people slipping away like sand through his fingers. In his quest for power, he had lost everything that mattered. The laughter of the children haunted him, echoing in his ears as a reminder of the joy he could no longer experience. Days turned into nights, and the terror of Dragomir's reign spread like wildfire. The villagers banded together, sharing tales of the undying prince who had become a monster. They spoke of his cold touch and the darkness that followed him like a shadow. In their hearts, they longed for the brave and noble man he once was, but they were also filled with fear and despair. The love they had for their prince had turned to dread, for he was no longer a protector but a predator. Yet, in the depths of his cursed existence, a flicker of humanity remained within Dragomir. He wandered the forest, searching for solace, but finding only echoes of the life he had lost. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the laughter of children and the warmth of hearth fires. The memories haunted him, each one a reminder of the joy he had sacrificed on the altar of ambition. One fateful evening, as Dragomir stood on a hill overlooking the village, he saw a young girl sitting by the river, her laughter ringing out like music in the silence. She was playing with a wooden toy, blissfully unaware of the darkness that surrounded her. For a moment, he felt the stirrings of hope. Perhaps he could be saved, perhaps he could redeem himself. But as he approached, the girl looked up, and fear twisted her features. She dropped her toy and ran, her screams echoing through the air. In that instant, Dragomir understood that he was lost to the shadows forever. No matter how hard he tried to reclaim his humanity, he would always be a monster in the eyes of those he once loved. The pain of his existence became unbearable, a burden that chained him to his cursed fate. He retreated into the woods, the darkness swallowing him whole, leaving only the whispers of his past behind. As the nights turned to years, the legend of Dragomir, the undying prince, grew among the villagers. They told stories of his reign of terror, warning their children to never venture too close to the woods after dark. The tale became a haunting reminder of the price of ambition, of how one man's desire for power could lead to his own destruction. But in the shadows, Dragomir remained, a tragic figure of lost love and endless sorrow. His heart ached with the weight of what he had become. Though he could never feel the warmth of the sun on his skin or the laughter of his people in his ears, he was forever bound to the memories of a life that had once been vibrant and full of hope. The mountains continued to rise above the valley, the mists curling around the trees, and the village went on, forever touched by the tale of their noble prince who had turned into a Strigoi. And while Dragomir wandered the night, a reminder of the darkness that can dwell within, his story lived on, a warning to those who dared to reach for the stars without considering the price they might have to pay. In the heart of Transylvania, where the Carpathian Mountains rise like ancient guardians and mist swirls around the crumbling castles, tales of Strigoi linger in the air. The very name conjures images of shadowy figures lurking in the night, their hollow eyes reflecting the moonlight and a hunger that chills the soul. Among the stories whispered by villagers, there are famous sightings that send shivers down the spine and capture the imagination of all who hear them. One such tale comes from the small village of Bistrița, a place steeped in folklore. Many years ago, a local farmer named Petru was tending to his fields when he noticed a figure at the edge of the forest. The figure appeared human but moved with an unnatural grace, gliding instead of walking. Petru felt an inexplicable pull to the being, but as he approached, a sense of dread washed over him. The figure turned, revealing a pale face with hollow cheeks and a gaze that pierced through the darkness. In that moment, Petru understood he was standing before a Strigoi. He hurried back to the village, his heart racing, but the fear he carried in his chest was met with disbelief. The villagers chuckled, brushing off his warnings as mere superstition. Yet that very night, strange occurrences began to unfold. Livestock was found drained of blood, and eerie wails echoed through the night, leaving the village gripped in terror. It wasn't long before the community was forced to confront the truth of Petru's encounter, a truth that would haunt them for generations. Another gripping story comes from the town of Sighisoara, famous for its medieval charm and cobblestone streets. Legend has it that a young woman named Anka vanished one stormy night while walking home. Her absence left the village in turmoil, with frantic searches leading to nothing but silence. Days turned into weeks, and despair settled over the town like a thick fog. One evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, Anka returned, her appearance unnaturally pale, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. The townspeople welcomed her back with open arms, relief washing over them. But as days passed, it became clear that Anka was not the same. She moved in shadows, her laughter turned hollow, and she avoided the sunlight as if it burned her. Whispers spread that she had become a Strigoi, forever touched by the dark forces of the night. People spoke of strange happenings around her, children falling ill, crops withering, and a feeling of dread that enveloped her presence. Fearing for their safety, the villagers banded together and sought the wisdom of an elder, who revealed the truth of Anka's transformation. In a desperate attempt to save her, they performed a ritual under the light of the full moon, hoping to cleanse her spirit of the darkness that had taken hold. As they gathered in a circle, chanting words of protection, Anka appeared before them, her once bright eyes now filled with sorrow. She reached out, her voice barely a whisper as she pleaded for help, but the villagers could see the Strigoi lurking behind her, a sinister presence that would not allow her to return. In a heart-wrenching moment, the villagers realized that Anka was trapped between two worlds, and their attempts to save her only fueled the darkness within. They performed the ritual with heavy hearts, knowing they might lose the girl they once loved forever. In the end, the light of the moon flickered as Anka transformed, vanishing into the shadows, leaving only a chill in the air and the echo of her laughter fading into silence. But it is in the infamous Castle Bran, often linked to the tales of Dracula, that the most chilling stories of Strigoi sightings come to life. Many visitors come seeking the ghost of the legendary vampire, but the local people speak of something even darker lurking in the castle's depths. They tell of sightings of a spectral figure gliding through the halls, a woman in a flowing white gown with a sorrowful expression. She is said to be the spirit of a noblewoman who met a tragic end, her spirit forever bound to the castle. Those who have dared to spend the night report feeling an icy breeze sweeping through the corridors and hearing whispers that seem to call their names. Guests have claimed to see the woman standing at the foot of their beds, her eyes filled with a haunting sadness, as if she were searching for something lost. Some have even spoken of feeling an invisible weight pressing down on them, a sense of foreboding that sends them scrambling for the door. As the legends grow, so do the fears of those who hear them. In villages across Transylvania, parents tell their children stories of Strigoi to keep them safe from wandering too far into the woods at night. They speak of creatures who rise from their graves, seeking vengeance on those who wronged them. The tales serve as both a warning and a reminder of the thin line between life and death, the known and the unknown. And so, the stories of Strigoi weave through the fabric of Transylvanian life, a chilling reminder of the past that lingers in the shadows. In every village, there are those who claim to have seen them, to have felt their presence. Some dismiss these tales as folklore, mere stories to frighten children. But for those who have encountered the Strigoi, the memories remain etched in their hearts, a haunting echo that can never be forgotten. As the sun sets behind the mountains and the shadows grow long, the legends of the Strigoi continue to dance in the minds of the villagers, their stories woven into the very air they breathe. The darkness that lingers at the edge of their lives serves as a reminder of the mysteries that lie beyond, where the restless souls of the Strigoi wander, forever seeking something they can never find. And with each whispered tale, the Strigoi of Transylvania remain alive in the hearts and fears of the people, a chilling testament to the power of belief and the weight of the past. In a village nestled between towering mountains and shadowy forests, whispers of Mirela the witch haunted the air. The story spoke of her dark beauty, her flowing black hair, and piercing green eyes that could see into the very soul of anyone who dared cross her path. Villagers trembled at the mention of her name, for it was said she made a pact with dark forces, trading her humanity for unimaginable power. Mirela lived on the outskirts, where the trees grew thick and the sunlight struggled to break through the canopy. She was once a healer, known for her gentle touch and knowledge of herbs, but desperation twisted her heart. When a drought struck the land, leaving the villagers hungry and desperate, they turned away from her. Feeling betrayed and abandoned, Mirela sought the help of ancient spirits, whispering her pleas to the night sky, her heart filled with longing for acceptance. As the moon rose high, she performed a forbidden ritual, calling forth the dark powers that lurk just beyond the veil of the living. In that moment, a dark force answered her call, offering her strength and control over life and death. In exchange, Mirela gave up her soul, binding herself to the spirits of the dead. With her new powers, she could command the very essence of those who had passed, awakening them as Strigoi, the restless dead who walked the night. Her legion grew. Mirela summoned the spirits of those wronged in life, promising them vengeance against the living who had cast them aside. The Strigoi she raised followed her blindly, driven by a thirst for retribution. They became her soldiers, a dark army haunting the shadows, ready to do her bidding. With each soul she commanded, her power intensified, her beauty becoming more ethereal and terrifying, a reflection of the darkness she now wielded. The villagers soon learned to fear the night. Strange occurrences filled their days with dread, livestock vanished, shadows flickered at the corners of their eyes, and the air thickened with an otherworldly chill. Children were warned to stay indoors after dusk, lest they be taken by Mirela's minions. Their whispers carried tales of lost loved ones returning, their eyes empty, their hearts filled with a longing for the life they once had. In a desperate attempt to save themselves, the villagers banded together, seeking the wisdom of the old ones. They gathered herbs and blessed their homes, hoping to ward off the darkness that threatened to engulf them. But the more they tried to protect themselves, the stronger Mirela and her Strigoi became. The witch reveled in the fear she instilled, her laughter echoing through the valleys, a haunting melody that chilled the bones of anyone who heard it. One fateful night, a brave soul named Ion decided enough was enough. He had lost too many friends and family members to the witch's cursed army. Fueled by anger and grief, he gathered a small group of villagers, and together they ventured into the heart of the forest, determined to confront Mirela and put an end to her reign of terror. They moved cautiously, the darkness wrapping around them like a shroud, their hearts pounding in their chests. As they approached Mirela's lair, the air grew colder, and an eerie silence fell over the woods. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and shadows danced among the trees. The Strigoi emerged, their ghostly forms flickering like candle flames, their hollow eyes fixated on the intruders. The villagers faltered, fear creeping into their hearts, but Ion pressed on, determined to reach the witch. Mirela stood at the center of her dark sanctuary, surrounded by her legion. Her presence was both enchanting and terrifying, an embodiment of the power she had claimed. She smiled, a chilling grin that revealed the depths of her darkness. "You dare to challenge me," she hissed, her voice like silk laced with venom. "You are but mere mortals. Your fear nourishes me." Ion stepped forward, his voice steady despite the dread washing over him. "We will not let you harm our village any longer. We seek to free the souls you have enslaved." His words rang with conviction, stirring a flicker of hope in his companions. Mirela's laughter echoed through the trees, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. "Free them," she mocked. "They are mine now, bound to my will. They live for revenge, just as I do. You cannot hope to defeat me." With a wave of her hand, the Strigoi surged forward, eyes gleaming with hunger, ready to do their mistress's bidding. But Ion had prepared for this moment. He raised a talisman blessed by the elders, a glimmer of light in the encroaching darkness. "We will fight for those you've taken," he shouted, and the villagers rallied behind him, courage igniting within them. The battle that followed was unlike anything they had ever faced. Strigoi clashed with the living, shadows swirling and flickering as the villagers fought for their loved ones. It was a chaotic dance of life and death, where the line between the two blurred under the weight of desperation. Ion felt the cold touch of a Strigoi brush past him, their mournful wails echoing in his ears, reminding him of all that had been lost. In the heart of the chaos, Ion faced Mirela once more. "This is not the path you were meant to walk," he cried, his voice breaking through the darkness. "You can still return to the light." Her eyes flickered with something, perhaps a spark of the woman she once was, a glimmer of humanity buried beneath the weight of her choices. But the darkness around her thickened, and with a shriek, she called upon her legion. "You will pay for your defiance," she howled, but her voice trembled with uncertainty. The Strigoi hesitated, caught between the will of their mistress and the call of their former lives. In that moment of vulnerability, Ion saw the flicker of hope, the chance for redemption. With one last push, he raised the talisman high, its light piercing through the shadows. "Remember who you were," he shouted, his voice reverberating in the hearts of the Strigoi. A sudden stillness fell over the battle, and the spirits hesitated, their hollow gazes searching for something long forgotten. For a brief moment, the witch's power wavered, and in that fragile instant, Ion felt a surge of strength from the spirits that had once been lost. The Strigoi turned toward him, their expressions shifting from anger to sorrow, and Mirela's grip on them began to fade. In a desperate bid, she lunged at Ion, but it was too late. The talisman glowed with a brilliant light, and the spirits broke free from their bonds. They surged toward the witch, a wave of energy that engulfed her, lifting her off the ground. Mirela's expression twisted with rage and fear, her laughter turning to screams as she was pulled into the light. The villagers watched in awe as the Strigoi transformed before their eyes, their hollow forms giving way to the warmth of life once more. Tears flowed freely as they recognized lost loved ones, their voices mingling with the winds as they whispered words of gratitude. But the victory came at a cost. Mirela, once a woman filled with hope, was lost to the darkness she had embraced. Her laughter faded, leaving only a chilling silence in its wake. The villagers stood together, grief washing over them, knowing they had saved the souls of the lost, but lost the witch to the shadows forever. From that night on, the legend of Mirela, the witch, and her legion of Strigoi lived on. The village learned to honor the spirits, lighting candles in their memory, sharing stories of love and loss. The fear that once gripped their hearts slowly transformed into resilience, a reminder of the strength they found in unity against the darkness. And even as the shadows loomed, the light of hope flickered on, a beacon guiding them through the night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, an uneasy feeling settled over the village of Altenia. The villagers gathered at the central square, their faces drawn and weary, whispers of dread hanging in the air like a thick fog. Rumors had spread like wildfire, tales of the Strigoi, restless souls, thirsting for revenge, gathering in the nearby forest. It was a time when the night could swallow anyone whole, and fear clutched at the hearts of even the bravest. That evening, the wind carried with it a chilling song, a haunting melody that seeped into the bones of the villagers. They huddled close, their hands shaking, clinging to each other as they listened. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, echoing through the valley, a cry that sent a shiver down everyone's spine. It was the sound of despair, a warning of the horrors that awaited. In the darkness, the Strigoi emerged from the shadows, their pale forms drifting like smoke through the trees. Their eyes glowed with a hungry light, filled with a yearning for the life they once knew and a desire to reclaim what had been taken from them. One by one, they drew closer to the village, a legion of the lost, driven by the bitterness of their unfulfilled lives. The villagers could feel the air change, charged with an energy that made their skin crawl, their breaths quickening in fear. Panic erupted as the first of the Strigoi reached the outskirts of the village. Their mournful wails filled the air, a symphony of sorrow that echoed through the hearts of those who listened. The villagers scrambled to their homes, barricading doors and windows, praying for safety as the relentless onslaught began. Each thud against the door resonated like a death knell, a reminder of the darkness creeping ever closer. Elder Ionescu, the village chief, stood tall amidst the chaos, his voice booming over the cries of panic. "We must fight. These are not just tales, these are souls who seek to reclaim their lives." His words stirred something within the villagers, a flicker of courage igniting their spirits. They grabbed whatever they could find, pitchforks, shovels, anything to defend their homes. Together, they formed a line, hearts pounding in unison, determined to protect their families and land. The first wave of Strigoi surged forward, their eyes glimmering with malice. The villagers stood firm, fear transforming into a fierce resolve. When the Strigoi drew near, the villagers struck, weapons clashing against ghostly forms. The air was thick with desperation and determination, each swing of a pitchfork fueled by the love for those they wanted to protect. But the Strigoi were relentless. For every villager who fought back, two more of the undead rose from the shadows. The ground trembled as their mournful cries filled the night, each scream piercing through the courage of the defenders. Families huddled together, mothers clutching their children tightly, praying that they would survive the night. As the siege wore on, the villagers began to lose hope. They could feel the shadows closing in, the dark night swallowing them whole. They fought bravely, but it seemed like the Strigoi had the upper hand, their spectral forms slipping through the villagers' defenses like smoke. One by one, the villagers began to fall, succumbing to the weight of despair that pressed down upon them. In the heart of the chaos, young Elena stood firm. She had watched as her friends fell, their laughter silenced by the wails of the Strigoi. A fierce determination blossomed within her. She had lost so much, and she refused to let fear win. With a small group of villagers who remained resolute, they gathered in the square, creating a circle of strength against the encroaching darkness. Together, Elena cried, her voice rising above the cacophony of despair. "We will not let them take our home." Her words resonated in the hearts of her companions, a battle cry igniting a flicker of hope. United, they began to chant, their voices melding into a powerful incantation, a plea for protection from the spirits that threatened to consume them. As the chant rose higher, the Strigoi paused, confusion flickering across their hollow faces. The villagers felt a surge of energy, a light building within them, fueled by their love for one another and the desire to reclaim their village. The power of their unity pushed back against the shadows, illuminating the dark corners where the Strigoi lurked. In that moment, the tide began to turn. The villagers pressed forward, hearts pounding with renewed hope. They wielded their weapons not just as tools of defense, but as symbols of their love for their home and their people. They fought not just against the Strigoi but for each other, for the lives that had been intertwined for generations. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight spilled over the horizon, casting a golden light across the battlefield. The Strigoi shrieked, their forms fading in the light, fear gripping them as they retreated into the shadows. The villagers stood together, breathless and battered, their bodies weary but their spirits unbroken. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, but at a great cost. The village of Altenia stood in silence as they surveyed the aftermath of the siege. The ground was littered with remnants of the battle, broken weapons, fallen comrades, and a sense of loss that hung heavily in the air. They had fought bravely against the Strigoi, but the victory felt bittersweet. Among the debris, Elena knelt beside her fallen friends, tears streaming down her face. The village had endured, but they had lost so much. The bonds of love and friendship had been tested, yet they remained unbroken, stronger than ever. The sun rose higher, washing the village in a warm glow, reminding them that even in the face of darkness, light could prevail. As they began to rebuild, the villagers gathered to honor those who had fought beside them, those who had fallen in the name of love and unity. They lit candles in memory of their lost friends, the flickering flames dancing in the soft morning breeze. Each candle represented a soul, a life cherished and never forgotten. From that day forward, the villagers of Altenia shared their tale, not just of a battle fought, but of the strength that lay in unity and love. The story of their siege became legend, a reminder that in the face of darkness, even the smallest light could shine brightly, illuminating the path for those who followed. They would always remember the night of the Strigoi, a time when fear was met with courage, and love triumphed over the shadows. In the heart of ancient Dacia, where the mountains kissed the sky and rivers whispered tales of old, the Strigoi loomed large in the collective imagination. They were not merely stories shared around flickering fires, they were symbols etched into the very fabric of Dacian art. These representations spoke of a world where the boundary between the living and the dead was fragile, where every carving and painting held a heartbeat of its own. As the sun set and shadows stretched across the valleys, the artisans of Dacia took their tools and began to carve. Their hands, weathered yet skilled, worked diligently to bring forth images that captured the essence of their beliefs. Among the intricate patterns and vivid scenes, Strigoi emerged, depicted with haunting beauty. They were often portrayed with pale skin and elongated limbs, their eyes wide and filled with sorrow, reflecting the pain of their restless souls. Each image seemed to breathe, resonating with a sadness that transcended time. One could imagine wandering into a dimly lit chamber, the walls adorned with these haunting images. Each mural whispered stories of those who had passed, of lives that had been cut short. A striking piece caught the eye, a portrayal of a Strigoi emerging from a grave, hands reaching upwards as if desperate to return to the world of the living. This striking image stirred an array of emotions. It told of longing and despair, capturing the essence of what it meant to be trapped between two worlds. The symbolism within these artworks ran deep. The Strigoi represented not just the fear of death, but also the love that continued even after life had ended. They embodied the grief of families mourning the loss of loved ones, the pain of separation that could never truly be healed. Each carving was a reminder that the dead were always present, woven into the lives of those who remained. The Strigoi were portrayed not only as figures of terror but as vessels of sorrow, echoing the universal longing for connection beyond the grave. At village festivals, where laughter mingled with music and the scent of fresh bread filled the air, the Strigoi would find their way into the celebrations. Artists painted vibrant banners depicting these ethereal beings, reminding everyone of the importance of honoring their ancestors. In the flickering candlelight, the villagers would recount tales of Strigoi who once walked among them, sharing stories of their lives and the lessons they had imparted. It was a time of joy, but also a time for remembrance, an acknowledgement of the fine line between celebration and sorrow. The motifs found in pottery also echoed the presence of the Strigoi. Decorative bowls and vases often bore engravings that hinted at the otherworldly. Spirals and flowing lines intertwined, representing the eternal cycle of life and death. These patterns conveyed a sense of continuity, illustrating that the spirit lives on, even when the body returns to the earth. As families gathered around the table, sharing meals and stories, they did so with an understanding that their ancestors were with them in spirit, guiding them through the trials of life. the Strigoi's influence extended beyond the visual arts. In Dacian folklore, the legends of the Strigoi were woven into songs sung by shepherds as they tended their flocks. The haunting melodies carried stories of love lost and battles fought, of heroes and villains forever intertwined with the fabric of their culture. Each note resonated with the shared heartbeat of the community, reminding them that the Strigoi were not just figures of fear but reflections of their own hopes, dreams, and memories. Yet, as the artisans crafted these representations, they also imbued their work with a sense of protection. Many believed that creating images of the Strigoi could serve as a shield against their malevolence. The very act of portraying them was a way to confront the darkness, to acknowledge the fears that lurked in the shadows. Families would hang paintings of Strigoi in their homes, believing that these images could ward off evil spirits and bring comfort to the living. In this way, art became a powerful tool for both expression and protection. The power of Dacian art lay not just in its beauty but in its ability to convey complex emotions and truths. It spoke of love that transcended death, of the bonds that could not be severed even by the grave. The Strigoi, with their ethereal forms and haunting expressions, became symbols of the enduring connection between the living and the dead. Through art, the Dacians immortalized their beliefs, creating a tapestry of life that resonated through the ages. As time passed, the world changed, yet the stories of the Strigoi continued to echo in the hearts of the Dacians. Their symbolism endured, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the need to honor those who had come before. The Strigoi became more than just figures of folklore; they became embodiments of love, loss, and the unbreakable ties that bind families across generations. In the quiet moments, when the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, the spirits of the Strigoi would gather, watching over their descendants. They existed not just in art but in the hearts of those who remembered them. The Dacians understood that the dead were never truly gone; they lived on in the stories shared, the songs sung, and the art created. As the villagers passed down their traditions, the images of the Strigoi remained, a reminder that love knows no bounds, not even death. And so, in every carved figure and painted mural, the essence of the Strigoi thrived, whispering tales of the past while weaving together the fabric of a shared future. In the shadowy corners of medieval Europe, where fear and superstition ruled the minds of the people, the legend of the Strigoi began to take root, intertwining with the beliefs of different cultures. Whispers of the Dacian Strigoi echoed across borders, evolving into tales that sent shivers down the spines of villagers, weaving a dark tapestry that shaped the very essence of vampire mythology. As the sun dipped below the horizon, and the world was cloaked in twilight, the atmosphere thickened with unease. In candlelit homes, families gathered, sharing stories of the dead who roamed the earth, seeking vengeance or craving the warmth of the living. They spoke of creatures that rose from graves, pale and ghastly, with hollow eyes that reflected their insatiable hunger. These tales, born from the fear of losing loved ones and the dread of the unknown, mirrored the ancient Dacian beliefs in the Strigoi, a fearsome figure that represented the lingering presence of the dead. Traveling through the ages, the stories of the Strigoi found fertile ground in the minds of the medieval folk. Each retelling morphed slightly, adapting to the cultural nuances of various regions. The Strigoi were no longer just figures of Dacian folklore; they transformed into the fearsome vampires that haunted the dreams of Europeans. As they did, they began to embody the deepest fears of humanity: the fear of death, the fear of losing one's soul, and the fear of being preyed upon by the very people one had loved in life. In the quiet village of Bran, nestled against the Carpathian Mountains, tales of a local Strigoi named Vlad began to spread like wildfire. This nobleman, once a beloved lord, had been rumored to have dabbled in dark magic, turning against his own people. His insatiable thirst for power led him down a treacherous path, where he made a dark pact that would haunt him even in death. After his passing, villagers claimed to see his pale figure gliding through the moonlit night, searching for those he once ruled, eager to drain the life from their veins. As the story of Vlad grew, so did the fear it instilled in the hearts of those who heard it. The lines between folklore and reality began to blur, as the villagers fortified their homes with garlic and placed wooden stakes near their doors, hoping to ward off the impending doom. The fear of the Strigoi reached far beyond the borders of Dacia, spreading across Europe, where it took on new forms. In places like Italy and Germany, the stories echoed similar themes, the undead rising to wreak havoc on the living, hungry for the warmth of life. Tales of vampires became intertwined with local customs, each culture adding its unique flavor to the myths. Yet, at the core of these stories remained the echoes of the Strigoi, the restless souls who could not find peace, forever trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead. In medieval Europe, the lore surrounding vampires thrived, and with it, the belief that certain actions in life could lead to a fate worse than death. The Strigoi represented not only the terror of the undead, but also a reflection of the moral code of society. Those who lived with malice or committed heinous acts were often thought to be doomed to rise again as Strigoi, cursed to haunt the living. This moralistic lens served to reinforce societal values, encouraging people to lead virtuous lives, lest they become the very monsters they feared. As these tales spread, they became part of a greater cultural dialogue. The Strigoi, once a distinctly Dacian legend, evolved into a shared fear that transcended boundaries. People began to recognize the universality of their fears and the commonality of their legends. This realization forged connections among diverse communities, each adding its unique stories while recognizing the shared human experience of loss and longing. The tales of the Strigoi had an emotional resonance that spanned generations, tapping into the very core of what it meant to be human. They brought to light the fears of grief, the ache of separation, and the unresolved connections that lingered long after death. The figure of the Strigoi became a poignant symbol, embodying the pain of losing a loved one and the terror of their return, leaving families to grapple with the idea that death was not an end but a haunting continuation. As time moved forward, the Strigoi mythology influenced literary works, inspiring authors and poets to weave their narratives around the dark allure of vampires. The archetype of the vampire, with its seductive charm and deadly hunger, became a captivating subject in literature, drawing readers into a world where love and terror danced hand in hand. The transformation of the Strigoi into the more familiar vampire character introduced themes of forbidden love and tragic destinies, echoing the sorrowful stories that had come before. Even as the Strigoi legend spread, the original Dacian roots remained palpable. Folklorists and historians began to trace the connections back to those early tales, unveiling the intricate web that bound cultures together through shared fears and collective memories. The Strigoi served as a reminder that death is a common thread that ties humanity together, a truth reflected in countless cultures and narratives. In this dark and enchanted landscape of medieval Europe, the legacy of the Strigoi continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling. Each tale, each chilling encounter, served as a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It lives on in our fears, our memories, and the legends we pass down through the ages. The Strigoi became a haunting refrain, echoing through time, urging us to remember those we have lost and to confront the shadows that linger in the corners of our hearts. In the heart of Romania, where mist clings to the mountains and ancient woods whisper secrets, the legend of the Strigoi has found a permanent place in the country's rich tapestry of literature and poetry. These tales, steeped in emotion and mystery, resonate with the human experience, reflecting not only the fears of death and the unknown, but also the profound connections between the living and the dead. As night falls and shadows stretch across the land, stories of Strigoi come alive, evoking both terror and fascination. Renowned Romanian writers and poets have woven the figure of the Strigoi into their works, painting haunting images that linger in the minds of readers long after the last page is turned. The Strigoi, often depicted as restless souls returning to haunt the living, serve as a poignant reminder of the pain of loss and the bonds that tie us to those we have loved. In the writings of Mihai Eminescu, one of Romania's most beloved poets, the Strigoi emerge as symbols of unfulfilled desires and the melancholy of separation. In his verses, he captures the essence of longing, where the dead are not merely lost, but remain tethered to the world of the living. Eminescu's haunting imagery evokes a sense of sorrow that resonates deeply as he explores the themes of love, loss, and the inevitability of death. His portrayal of the Strigoi reflects a profound understanding of human emotion, bridging the gap between life and the afterlife. Eminescu's poetry often speaks to the restless spirits, embodying the idea that love transcends even death. The Strigoi are depicted as tragic figures, unable to find peace due to the unfinished business left in the world. The haunting quality of his work captures the essence of the human condition, our fears, our dreams, and the eternal ache of longing for what we cannot have. This emotional depth creates a connection between the reader and the Strigoi, fostering empathy for those lost souls who wander in search of resolution. Another prominent figure in Romanian literature, George Cosbuc, also draws inspiration from the myth of the Strigoi. In his poetry, he reflects the cultural beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife, offering a glimpse into how these beliefs shape the lives of the living. Cosbuc's verses often portray the Strigoi as protectors of the past, embodying the memory of those who have departed. They are guardians of tradition and family, serving as a reminder of the importance of honoring one's ancestors. In his poem Strigoi, Cosbuc paints a vivid picture of the night, where the shadows come alive with the stories of the departed. His words evoke a sense of reverence for the dead, presenting the Strigoi not only as harbingers of fear, but also as vital links to history and heritage. The emotional weight of his verses resonates with readers, drawing them into a world where the past and present collide in a dance of memory and longing. The Strigoi have also found their place in Romanian folklore, which has inspired countless authors to explore the nuances of these supernatural beings. In the works of various writers, the Strigoi embody the struggle between good and evil, life and death. They serve as cautionary figures, reminding people of the consequences of their actions and the weight of their choices. This moral complexity adds depth to the narrative, transforming the Strigoi from mere monsters into reflections of the human experience. In contemporary Romanian literature, the Strigoi continue to haunt the pages of novels and poetry. Writers explore themes of identity, belonging, and the weight of the past, using the Strigoi as metaphors for personal struggles. These modern interpretations delve into the psychological aspects of the legend, examining how fear of the unknown can shape one's perception of life and death. As readers encounter these tales, they are invited to confront their own fears, seeking understanding and solace in the darkness. Throughout the centuries, the Strigoi have become emblematic of the collective memory of the Romanian people. They remind us that death is not the end, but a continuation of the stories we tell. In the pages of literature, the Strigoi persist as a powerful symbol of love, loss, and the indomitable spirit of those who refuse to be forgotten. They embody the fears and hopes of generations, echoing through time and connecting the living with the deceased. In the eerie quiet of a moonlit night, as the wind rustles through the trees, the Strigoi come alive in the hearts and minds of those who read their stories. They serve as vessels of emotion, capturing the essence of what it means to be human in a world filled with uncertainty. In Romanian literature, the Strigoi are not simply characters to fear, they are reflections of our deepest anxieties and our most profound yearnings, urging us to confront our mortality and embrace the connections that bind us to one another, both in life and in death. In the shadows of modern entertainment, a familiar figure creeps back into our lives, the Strigoi. This age-old legend, rooted in Romanian folklore, has transformed and adapted, finding a new voice in movies, books, and television shows. The haunting presence of the Strigoi reminds us of our deepest fears and desires, blending terror with the complexities of human emotions. As night falls, viewers are drawn to chilling stories where the Strigoi emerge from the dark corners of their graves, captivating audiences with their allure and mystery. These modern portrayals often emphasize the tragic aspect of the Strigoi, painting them as tortured souls yearning for peace rather than mindless monsters. This nuanced representation invites empathy, stirring feelings of sorrow and compassion. For instance, in films like The Nun and Dracula Untold, the Strigoi are not simply creatures of horror, they embody the pain of past choices and the weight of eternal consequences. Take Dracula Untold, a reimagining of the classic tale, where the legendary figure of Vlad the Impaler is presented as a man torn between his love for his family and the darkness that threatens to consume him. In this narrative, the Strigoi represent the struggle between good and evil within us all. The character's transformation into a Strigoi reflects a tragic descent, evoking sympathy rather than fear. Viewers witness the internal battle, feeling his heartbreak and desperation as he grapples with his monstrous identity. This portrayal resonates deeply, reminding us that even those who commit terrible acts can be driven by love and fear. Television series like Penny Dreadful further develop the myth of the Strigoi by weaving it into a tapestry of horror, romance, and existential dread. The show presents a dark and rich narrative where the supernatural and human emotions collide. Characters embodying Strigoi traits are portrayed as complex beings with intricate backstories, haunted by their pasts. This complexity adds layers to the narrative, inviting audiences to ponder the nature of humanity. As the characters face their demons, both literal and metaphorical, their journeys resonate with viewers, sparking reflections on their struggles and fears. Books have also embraced the allure of the Strigoi, infusing them into contemporary narratives. In novels like The Coldest Girl in Cold Town by Holly Black, the Strigoi are presented as both glamorous and terrifying, embodying the seduction of immortality while exposing the darker side of eternal life. The protagonist, grappling with her own humanity, encounters Strigoi who reflect her internal conflicts. As she navigates a world filled with danger and desire, readers can't help but feel her anguish and longing for connection, evoking a sense of empathy for both the living and the undead. The Strigoi's modern representations tap into the fear of the unknown, which resonates with audiences on a personal level. Each encounter with these beings acts as a mirror, reflecting our own struggles with mortality, love, and the choices that shape our lives. The portrayal of Strigoi is not merely about horror, it's a heartfelt exploration of what it means to be human. As we watch these stories unfold, we feel the weight of sorrow that surrounds the Strigoi. Their existence often symbolizes the regrets and pains that linger after death, echoing the human experience. The fear of becoming something we never wanted to be is palpable. When characters become Strigoi, it is often a result of choices made in desperation or love. This deep connection between choice and consequence strikes a chord, pulling at our heartstrings and making us question our own paths. In popular culture, the Strigoi continue to be a powerful symbol of the struggles that lie within. They remind us that we all have fears, regrets, and moments where we feel lost. As we witness their stories, we are prompted to reflect on our own lives, our relationships, our choices, and the legacies we leave behind. The emotional resonance of the Strigoi serves as a reminder of our shared humanity, urging us to confront our fears and embrace the connections we hold dear. From the chilling visuals of horror films to the haunting words of contemporary literature, the Strigoi evoke deep emotions. Their stories linger long after the credits roll or the last page is turned, reminding us of the shadows that lurk within us all. In every portrayal, there is a thread of connection to our own lives, a testament to the timeless nature of these ancient legends. As audiences immerse themselves in tales of the Strigoi, they are not just watching stories unfold, they are engaging with the complexities of existence. The Strigoi become more than figures of fear, they embody the struggles we face, reminding us of the delicate balance between love and loss, life and death. Through these modern depictions, the Strigoi reclaim their place in our hearts, inviting us to reflect on our own journeys and the profound emotions that connect us all. The chilling figure of the Strigoi, with its roots in Romanian folklore, stands alongside other undead myths from around the globe, each echoing a haunting theme of fear, loss, and the struggle between life and death. As we delve into these tales, we see how the Strigoi shares a poignant bond with similar creatures from various cultures, connecting humanity through our shared nightmares. In ancient Egypt, the concept of the undead was personified in the shape of the Ak, a spirit of the dead that could either bless or curse the living. The Ak was believed to wander the world, seeking to ensure that the living honored the memory of the deceased. Similarly, the Strigoi are bound by their pasts, unable to find peace until their stories are acknowledged. Both beings represent the fear of being forgotten, the longing for connection that persists even after death. When loved ones fail to remember or respect the dead, the Strigoi and the Ak arise, filled with anguish and resentment. In the vibrant landscapes of Africa, we encounter the Tokalash, a mischievous creature that can be benevolent or malevolent. Unlike the Strigoi, which often embodies a tragic past, the Tokalash serves as a reminder of the unpredictable nature of life and death. Its ability to cause mischief reflects the unpredictability of existence itself. This playful spirit reminds us that while we may fear the undead, there's also a part of our humanity that seeks to find humor and joy in the face of darkness. The contrast between the sorrowful Strigoi and the capricious Tokolosh emphasizes the varied ways cultures approach the themes of life after death and the repercussions of our actions. Moving to the icy realms of Scandinavia, we meet the Draugr, the undead guardians of graves who rise to protect their treasures. Like the Strigoi, the Draugr are tied to their mortal lives and often harbor intense feelings of anger and betrayal. Their stories revolve around revenge and justice, reflecting the same themes present in Strigoi legends. When the living violate the sacredness of their resting places, both the Draugr and the Strigoi awaken, driven by a fierce need for retribution. Their tales serve as a powerful reminder that our actions in life have consequences that extend far beyond the grave. In the heart of Asia, the jiangshi, or hopping vampire, emerges from Chinese folklore. This undead creature, known for its stiff movements and insatiable hunger for the life force of the living, draws chilling parallels with the Strigoi. Both beings embody the fear of death and the unknown, yet the jiangshi also reflects the concept of reanimation through unnatural means. The Strigoi, on the other hand, is more connected to its human emotions, often serving as a tragic figure unable to reconcile its past. This connection to humanity allows for a deeper exploration of the pain and loss that the Strigoi represents, emphasizing the longing for peace and acceptance. In Native American culture, tales of the Wendigo depict a creature that embodies greed and the insatiable hunger for flesh. The Wendigo, once a human, becomes a monstrous being, representing the ultimate consequences of unchecked desires. While the Wendigo's transformation is rooted in a moral lesson about the dangers of greed, the Strigoi often reflect the torment of loss and unresolved emotions. Both creatures remind us of the fine line between humanity and monstrosity, urging us to confront our darkest instincts before they consume us. These comparisons highlight a shared thread of human experience woven through each culture's myths. Each undead creature, from the Strigoi to the jiangshi, the Draugr to the Wendigo, serves as a powerful metaphor for our fears, desires, and unresolved emotions. They remind us that death is not merely an end, but a complex journey filled with questions and uncertainties. When we consider the stories of the Strigoi in relation to these global undead myths, we find a universal language of sorrow and longing. The Strigoi, like the Draugr and the jiangshi, embodies the struggle to be remembered and honored. Each tale reflects the profound fear of death and the yearning for connection that transcends time and culture. As these stories intertwine, we are reminded that while our traditions may differ, the human experience is strikingly similar. Each myth offers a glimpse into the hearts of those who came before us, echoing their fears and hopes. The Strigoi stands not just as a figure of horror, but as a poignant reminder of our collective journey through life and death. Ultimately, these comparisons illuminate the power of storytelling. Myths of the undead, including the Strigoi, serve as conduits for our deepest emotions and fears. They encourage us to confront our mortality, to cherish our connections, and to honor the memories of those who have passed. In every corner of the world, the stories of the undead remind us that we are all bound by the same threads of love, loss, and the eternal quest for understanding. In the shadow of night, when fear grips the heart and darkness whispers secrets, the legends of the Strigoi come to life. These haunting figures, said to rise from the grave, are not merely tales spun to frighten children. They are deeply rooted in the realities of the past, especially in times of plague and disease, when death seemed to lurk around every corner. In the wake of sickness, entire communities were left trembling in despair. The bubonic plague, cholera outbreaks, and other diseases ravaged villages, leaving families shattered and lives extinguished. People often sought answers in the unexplainable. When a loved one fell ill and died unexpectedly, the void left behind was unbearable. Grief can twist the mind, and in that darkness, the imagination began to weave tales of the undead. It was easier to believe that a loved one had returned to wreak havoc than to face the cruel randomness of illness. As bodies piled up and funerals became a grim routine, people noticed something strange. Sometimes, the dead seemed to rise again, at least in the eyes of those who were grieving. A neighbor who had been buried might be reported wandering in the night, their face pale and eyes hollow, a reflection of the agony that once filled their heart. Rumors spread like wildfire, igniting a fear that gripped communities. With each strange occurrence, the fear of the Strigoi grew stronger, intertwining with the very real fear of death. Families tried to make sense of this chaos. When illness struck, people were desperate for a reason. They would look for signs, seeking a way to understand why some fell ill while others remained untouched. In the fog of grief and confusion, the idea of the Strigoi took root. A loved one who had died too young or in a tragic way could easily be imagined as a restless spirit, unable to find peace, driven to return and haunt the living. In those dark times, communities banded together, creating rituals and practices to protect themselves from the undead. Garlic hung in doorways, crosses were carved from wood, and graves were marked with stones to keep the Strigoi at bay. Each act was fueled by a desire for safety, a desperate plea to ward off the shadows of death that crept ever closer. The reality of disease shaped their beliefs, transforming fear into a tangible figure that could be confronted. Plague doctors, cloaked in their mysterious attire, became symbols of fear and helplessness. With beaked masks and long robes, they roamed the streets, often viewed as harbingers of death. In their wake, they left behind not only disease but a heightened awareness of mortality. As communities faced the tangible reality of illness, the notion of the Strigoi morphed into something both frightening and familiar. These figures represented not just fear of the dead but also the helplessness felt in the face of an unseen enemy. The emotional toll of witnessing loved ones succumb to illness cannot be overstated. Each death left a scar on the heart, a reminder of the fragility of life. The Strigoi became an embodiment of that sorrow, a way for people to externalize their grief and anger. Rather than simply accepting the losses, they could point to something sinister that had stolen their loved ones. The Strigoi offered an explanation for the unexplainable, a source of comfort in the face of chaos. Even in death, the stories of the Strigoi carried the weight of human emotion. Those who believed they had encountered a Strigoi often described feelings of profound sadness, as if the spirits were trapped in a cycle of pain and longing. It was as if the souls of the departed were crying out for acknowledgement, desperate to have their stories told. The Strigoi became symbols of the unresolved grief that plagued families, reminding the living of their own mortality and the shared experience of loss. In the end, the Strigoi are not merely monsters lurking in the shadows, they are reflections of our deepest fears and sorrows. They arise from a world where disease and death intertwine, where love and loss become indistinguishable. Each story of a Strigoi is a reminder of the fragility of life, the sorrow of separation, and the haunting presence of those we have loved and lost. As the stories spread from village to village, the image of the Strigoi transformed into something powerful, a symbol of hope amid despair, a voice for those who could no longer speak. They called out for remembrance, for understanding, and for the compassion that can bind us together in the face of our darkest fears. Even as they haunt the night, they serve as reminders of the love that lingers long after the last breath is taken, echoing through the shadows, pleading to be remembered. In the quiet of the night, when the world is wrapped in darkness, a creeping dread often settles over those who are alone. For some, sleep becomes a battleground, where nightmares collide with reality. In these terrifying moments, the ancient figure of the Strigoi emerges, an echo of fear from the past, giving shape to the unexplainable. But what if these encounters, often dismissed as mere superstition, hold deeper meanings rooted in our own minds? As sleep envelopes us, we drift into a realm where dreams take flight. But for many, this journey can become a nightmare. They wake up, paralyzed, unable to move or call for help. Panic sets in as shadows loom, suffocating the air around them. They feel an unseen presence pressing down on their chest, and in their minds, the image of the Strigoi surfaces. It is a chilling thought, a monster from folklore now entwined with their personal horror. The connection is instantaneous. They are not merely victims of sleep, they are grappling with a modern interpretation of ancient fears. When someone experiences sleep paralysis, the body is trapped between wakefulness and sleep, leading to an overwhelming sense of fear and helplessness. It's a phenomenon that can feel both surreal and terrifying, leaving the sufferer gasping for breath as they confront their worst fears. In these moments of vulnerability, the mind can conjure images of the Strigoi, those haunted spirits, relentless in their pursuit of the living. The weight of their gaze, the icy fingers of dread curling around the throat, can feel all too real. These encounters often stem from sleep deprivation, stress, and anxiety. Our lives today are filled with pressures that can keep us awake, tossing and turning in bed, creating fertile ground for nightmares to grow. When we are exhausted, our minds may blur the lines between reality and fantasy. The Strigoi, once a myth to explain the unexplainable, becomes a way to articulate the feeling of being trapped, both in sleep and in life. Imagine a young woman named Elena, who has always been plagued by night terrors. After a stressful week at work, she finally collapses into bed, hoping for a good night's sleep. Instead, she awakens in a cold sweat, paralyzed and unable to scream. She feels a presence in the room, dark and oppressive, watching her every move. In her mind, the figure transforms into a Strigoi, a creature from the stories her grandmother told her as a child. The fear floods her body, leaving her frozen. But in that moment of horror, the Strigoi represents not just an ancient fear, but the crushing weight of her daily life, the pressures she can't escape. As this terrifying scene unfolds, the connection between modern experiences and ancient folklore becomes clear. The Strigoi has transcended time, adapting to the fears of each generation. For those like Elena, they embody the anxiety and helplessness that can accompany the struggles of life. The dark, looming figures of our nightmares are mirrors reflecting the chaos of our minds, revealing the truths we may not want to face. Sleep paralysis can lead to feelings of isolation and despair. When people awaken in terror, they often feel alone in their experience, unable to share the horrors of their night. They may believe no one can understand the fear that grips them, turning to folklore for comfort and explanation. The Strigoi offers an explanation for the inexplicable, a way to articulate the indescribable fear that takes hold in the dead of night. It becomes a comforting tale in a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain. Moreover, the emotions tied to these encounters run deep. Many who experienced sleep paralysis report feelings of dread, anxiety, and helplessness. In the absence of understanding, the mind can weave a tapestry of fear, leading to the belief that something evil lurks nearby. The Strigoi serves as a symbol of that dread, a creature that embodies the fear of the unknown, the terror of what lies beyond the veil of sleep. But there is also a strange beauty in these experiences. They remind us of our shared humanity, our collective struggles, and the fear that binds us together. People may laugh at the stories of Strigoi, dismissing them as mere folklore, but within those tales lies a rich tapestry of human emotion. It speaks to our innate need to explain the unexplainable, to find meaning in the chaos, and to connect with others through shared fears. In a world that often feels disconnected, the stories of the Strigoi offer a glimpse into the human experience. They remind us that we are not alone in our struggles, that others have faced the same demons in the darkness. The myths and legends provide a narrative for our fears, a way to articulate what we cannot fully comprehend. As the sun rises, dispelling the shadows of the night, those who have battled the Strigoi in their sleep find solace in the light. They may carry the scars of their encounters, but they also hold on to the understanding that fear is a universal experience. Each encounter with the Strigoi, whether born from sleep paralysis or the depths of the subconscious, is a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. Even as we grapple with our nightmares, we can find comfort in knowing that the Strigoi, whether real or imagined, connect us to something larger. They are symbols of the fears we face, the struggles we endure, and the hope that shines through even in the darkest of nights. And as the world spins on, the stories of the Strigoi will continue to be whispered in the dark, a reminder of the fragile line between reality and nightmare. In the stillness of the night, when shadows stretch across the land, a chill runs down the spine. The air feels thick, charged with unspoken fears that swirl in the darkness. It's in these moments that the mind begins to conjure images of the Strigoi, creatures born from the depths of superstition and fear. The legend of the Strigoi is not just a tale of the undead, it is a reflection of humanity's deepest anxieties and uncertainties. The fear of the unknown has shaped this myth, transforming it into something that resonates through generations. From ancient times, humans have stared into the void and felt a shiver crawl up their backs. What lies beyond the grave? What happens after death? Such questions have haunted our minds for centuries. The unknown is a dark, heavy blanket that weighs upon the soul. It creates shadows where light cannot reach, leading us to imagine what might lurk within. When faced with death, illness, or misfortune, people often sought explanations for their suffering. In the absence of science and reason, they turned to superstition, giving rise to legends like that of the Strigoi. In small villages scattered across the Dacian landscape, tales of the Strigoi spread like wildfire. A man suddenly falling ill would lead neighbors to whisper about curses or restless spirits. A child disappearing would spark rumors of a Strigoi prowling nearby. With each story shared, the fear grew, wrapping itself around the hearts of those who listened. This fear of the unknown bred an urgency to explain the inexplicable, creating a fertile ground for the legend to take root. Imagine a mother holding her sick child close, tears streaming down her face as she prays for a miracle. The community surrounds her, their voices hushed, sharing warnings of a lurking evil. They speak of the Strigoi, of spirits that could rise from the grave, seeking revenge on the living. In that moment, the fear of the unknown becomes palpable. It grips the heart, igniting a fire of desperation and helplessness. The legend serves as a way to articulate the pain and confusion of loss, transforming fear into a story that can be passed down through generations. The Strigoi became a symbol of humanity's struggle against the unknown. In a world where death was frequent and disease spread like wildfire, people needed something to blame, someone to point to in their suffering. Superstitions surrounding the Strigoi offered comfort in the form of explanations, however dark they may be. The idea that a spirit could rise from the grave provided a narrative that made sense of their fears, allowing them to express the anxiety that lurked beneath the surface. This relationship between fear and superstition didn't stop with mere storytelling. Communities began to adopt rituals and practices designed to protect themselves from the Strigoi. Graves were carefully constructed, and bodies were buried with special care to prevent them from returning. Families would perform rituals to appease the spirits of their ancestors, hoping to avoid the wrath of any Strigoi that might rise. Each of these acts was steeped in a profound fear of the unknown, the fear that one might unknowingly provoke a spirit to come back and haunt the living. As stories spread, the Strigoi became more than just a warning, they were manifestations of societal fears. In the face of tragedy, the legend took on new meanings. A woman who died alone, forgotten by her loved ones, could easily become a Strigoi, a haunting reminder of neglect and sorrow. The Strigoi embodied the fears surrounding abandonment, loss, and the unknown consequences of our actions. They became symbols of what could happen when life was not lived fully or when connections were broken. For those who faced these fears directly, the Strigoi were a source of both terror and understanding. In a time when so much was beyond their control, the Strigoi represented a tangible threat, something they could confront, even if only in the realm of myth. Villagers would gather by firelight, recounting stories of those who had faced the Strigoi, sharing tales of bravery and cunning. These stories allowed them to reclaim some semblance of power over their fears, turning a monster into a narrative they could navigate. However, the fear of the Strigoi also served as a cautionary tale. It reminded people to honor their ancestors and maintain their connections to the living. The Strigoi existed at the crossroads of life and death, symbolizing the delicate balance between the two. In this way, the myth of the Strigoi became an important tool for teaching respect for the past and a sense of responsibility toward the present. As the centuries rolled on, the Strigoi evolved. They became intertwined with the history of the Dacians and their descendants, a mythic representation of the struggles faced by communities throughout time. The psychological origins of the Strigoi myth are grounded in a collective fear of the unknown that remains relevant today. In an age of science and rationality, we may think we have outgrown these superstitions, yet the tales of the Strigoi endure. They remind us that fear is a fundamental part of the human experience, something we all grapple with, no matter the time or place. In the end, the Strigoi stands as a haunting figure, a symbol of our deepest fears and uncertainties. They are not merely monsters lurking in the shadows, they are the embodiment of our struggle against the unknown. As we navigate the complexities of life and confront our fears, the legend of the Strigoi reminds us that we are not alone. We share this journey with those who came before us, who also faced the darkness and created stories to make sense of it all. The Strigoi, born from fear and superstition, serves as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, reminding us of the strength found in community, understanding, and the shared experiences of life. In a world shadowed by fear, the whispers of illness seeped through the cracks of crumbling homes and swept across quiet villages. When an epidemic struck, it was as if the very air turned heavy with despair, leaving families reeling from the sudden loss of loved ones. The sound of a neighbor's cough could send a chill down the spine, each wheeze a reminder of how fragile life truly was. In these dark moments, legends began to rise, wrapping around the hearts of those left behind. The tale of the Strigoi emerged as a chilling explanation for the suffering that swept through communities like a dark storm. As plagues ravaged the land, entire families were wiped out, their laughter silenced, and their homes left empty. The fear of disease was not just about the illness itself, it was about the unknown. What caused it? How could it strike so suddenly? With little understanding of germs or viruses, the people turned to their folklore, seeking answers in the only way they knew how. The Strigoi, creatures born from the dead, became a way to make sense of the chaos. They were blamed for the suffering, their names becoming synonymous with the fears that gripped the heart of every villager. A child might ask, why did mother get sick? And a parent, desperate to explain the inexplicable, would tell stories of the Strigoi. They spoke of how these restless spirits could rise from their graves, seeking revenge on the living. It was a frightening tale, but in a world filled with terror, it provided a narrative that people could cling to. It gave a face to their suffering, turning their grief into something tangible, something they could confront. As the tales of the Strigoi spread, they became a common thread in the fabric of village life, woven through the stories shared around flickering fires. When sickness struck, the villagers would look for signs. A sudden chill in the air, a crow cawing 3 times, or a stray dog howling at the moon could all be interpreted as warnings. These omens served as reminders that the Strigoi were watching, that the dead were restless. As fear swelled, rituals emerged, each one a desperate attempt to keep the Strigoi at bay. Garlic was hung over doorways, stakes were carved from trees, and careful prayers were whispered in the dark. It became a race against time, a battle for survival against an enemy that could come from anywhere. The idea that disease could be a punishment from the Strigoi added another layer of dread. People began to believe that those who had wronged the dead were especially susceptible to illness. If a person spoke ill of a neighbor or failed to honor their ancestors, the Strigoi could rise from their grave, seeking vengeance through sickness. The community became a tapestry of guilt and fear, where each misstep could lead to dire consequences. Families lived on the edge, their hearts pounding at the thought of what the night might bring. When an epidemic swept through, it was not uncommon for entire villages to become consumed by paranoia. Neighbors began to distrust one another, eyes darting nervously as they passed on the streets. Friends turned into enemies as blame was cast like shadows across the landscape. Who brought this upon us became a common question, and fingers pointed in every direction. The Strigoi myth, once a means of coping with grief, transformed into a weapon, pitting the living against each other in a desperate attempt to find someone to blame. In these dark times, the loss felt by the living was unimaginable. Families mourned the sudden departure of loved ones, their absence leaving an emptiness that echoed in every corner of the home. With every coffin lowered into the earth, a piece of the community was buried alongside it. The Strigoi lore provided a way to process that grief, allowing people to believe that their loved ones had not simply vanished into thin air. Instead, they had transformed into something else, something haunting yet familiar. This belief offered a flicker of hope, the idea that those who had departed could still linger in some form, watching over their families as the living struggled to survive. The tales of the Strigoi morphed with each passing generation, adapting to the needs of the people. As new epidemics emerged, the stories grew richer, interwoven with the fears and beliefs of the time. The Strigoi became not just a symbol of death, but a reflection of the shared experience of suffering. When a community faced a plague, they stood together in their fear, united by the stories of the undead. As time passed, the Strigoi evolved, becoming a part of a cultural legacy that offered solace in the darkest hours. The stories taught lessons about respect for the dead, about the importance of honoring those who came before. They urged the living to consider their actions, to live in a way that acknowledged the delicate balance between life and death. In a world where sickness could strike without warning, these legends served as a reminder that the past was never truly gone. It lived on in the stories shared, in the memories cherished, and in the whispers of the wind. Though the fear of the Strigoi might seem distant in modern times, the echoes of their lore remain. In moments of uncertainty, when darkness creeps in and the weight of the unknown becomes overwhelming, it is easy to see how the past shapes our present. The Strigoi serve as a reminder that throughout history, humanity has sought to make sense of suffering, to find a glimmer of hope in the shadows. In every tale of the Strigoi, there is a heartbeat, a reflection of our shared fears and our enduring strength. They remind us that even in our darkest hours, we can find ways to confront the unknown. In this dance between life and death, the Strigoi stand as guardians of the stories we tell, ensuring that the lessons of the past will not be forgotten. Their legacy lives on, etched into the fabric of culture, an eternal reminder of the resilience of the human spirit in the face of tragedy. In the quiet corners of rural Romania, as dusk settles and shadows stretch long across the fields, the air grows thick with stories passed down through generations. In these moments, the Strigoi awaken in whispers, filling hearts with both fear and a strange sense of comfort. Even in a world racing toward modernization, the belief in these restless spirits refuses to fade, entwined in the fabric of daily life and tradition. For many families, the Strigoi are not mere legends, they are a real part of their world. As night falls, elders gather around flickering candles, sharing tales of those who have returned from the grave. With every story, the firelight dances on their faces, illuminating the mix of reverence and fear that lives within them. They tell of loved ones who passed too soon, their souls trapped between this world and the next. In these stories, the Strigoi are often seen as protectors or guides, reminding the living of the importance of honoring their ancestors. Families recount tales of how a departed loved one, transformed into a Strigoi, returned to offer warnings or blessings, serving as a reminder that death does not sever the bond between the living and the dead. As these legends breathe life into the past, they also shape the present. When sickness strikes a family or misfortune befalls a village, the whispers of the Strigoi return. People gather to discuss the signs and omens that might indicate the presence of a restless spirit. A sudden chill, an inexplicable sound in the night, or the way the animals behave can spark conversations about the possibility of a Strigoi at work. Parents teach their children to respect the dead, to light candles at their graves, and to always carry a piece of garlic for protection against the Strigoi's influence. In these rituals, love and fear intertwine, showing that the dead are never truly gone as long as their memories are honored. In rural Romania, community bonds are often strengthened through these shared beliefs. Neighbors watch over each other, keeping an eye out for signs of Strigoi activity. If someone falls ill, it is not just the family who feels the weight of worry, the entire village comes together, seeking ways to ward off the dark spirits that might be causing the suffering. This collective sense of responsibility fosters a deep connection, where people understand that they are all part of a larger story, a story that includes the whispers of the past. In some villages, the rituals to protect against Strigoi have evolved into vibrant festivals that celebrate life and death. These gatherings mix laughter with solemn remembrance, as people share food, music, and stories about those who came before. While the Strigoi are often portrayed as malevolent forces, these celebrations focus on the love and lessons imparted by those who have passed on. The vibrant colors of traditional costumes and the sounds of laughter fill the air, reminding everyone that while death is a part of life, it does not overshadow the joy of living. Even young children, raised in a world filled with modern distractions, find themselves drawn to the tales of the Strigoi. As they sit at their grandparents' feet, wide-eyed and curious, they hear stories of bravery and caution, of spirits who wander the night, and the importance of respect for the dead. These lessons become a rite of passage, connecting the young with their ancestors and helping them understand the world around them. The stories resonate in their hearts, leaving an imprint that will last a lifetime. As the world outside these villages continues to change, many young people venture into cities for education and work. Yet, even there, the pull of the Strigoi remains. When they return home for holidays, they find themselves engaging in conversations about the spirits that walk among them. The allure of the supernatural offers a comforting escape from the demands of modern life, a reminder that some things, like the love for family and respect for tradition, are timeless. While science and reason might challenge the existence of the Strigoi, the emotions tied to these beliefs are undeniable. For many, it is easier to believe in something greater than themselves, a world where spirits exist and guide the living. The idea of the Strigoi serves as a connection to the past, grounding people in a way that transcends the everyday. In times of uncertainty, the stories of the Strigoi provide solace, a reminder that life and death are part of a larger cycle, and that love can endure beyond the grave. The persistence of Strigoi beliefs in Romanian culture highlights the power of storytelling in shaping identity. In a world that often feels chaotic and disconnected, these tales create a sense of belonging. They remind people of their roots, of the rich history that flows through their veins. The Strigoi serve as guardians of that history, encouraging each generation to remember, respect, and celebrate those who have come before. Even in a modern age, where technology reigns and information is at our fingertips, the enduring tales of the Strigoi continue to resonate. They are a testament to the strength of cultural beliefs, illustrating how the fear of the unknown can bring people together. In the heart of rural Romania, where darkness falls softly and stories linger in the air, the Strigoi remain a cherished part of the community's narrative. As the stars twinkle overhead and the whispers of the past echo in the night, the belief in the Strigoi shines brightly, illuminating the path for generations to come. As twilight descends upon the villages of Romania, an ancient dance between the living and the dead begins anew. In these moments, as shadows creep across the earth, families gather to partake in rituals passed down through generations, each steeped in the belief that the Strigoi, those restless souls, may rise if not properly honored or protected against. The air thickens with emotion as they gather, their hearts heavy with the weight of tradition and the fear of the unknown. In homes throughout the countryside, preparation for these rituals begins long before the sun sets. Each family holds their own customs, often inherited from parents or grandparents, blending personal history with the broader cultural narrative. A mother might teach her children to always place a bowl of salt on the windowsill, a simple yet profound gesture. Salt, with its ability to purify and protect, symbolizes the cleansing of negative energies and the safeguarding of the household. This small act transforms into a beacon of hope, a shield against the dark forces that could enter. As dusk falls, the air buzzes with anticipation. Families light candles in their windows, the soft glow creating a warm, welcoming light against the encroaching darkness. These candles are not just for illumination, they are offerings to the spirits. Each flicker is a prayer, a promise that the family remembers their loved ones, that they honor the past, and that they seek protection from the Strigoi. The soft crackle of the flames intertwines with whispers of devotion, filling the space with a sacred atmosphere. Outside, children run with sprigs of garlic, the pungent scent filling the air with a sense of safety. Garlic, a powerful herb, is believed to repel the Strigoi. As the children laugh and play, they create a sense of camaraderie, sharing in the magic of tradition. They know the stories, the Strigoi are always watching, always lurking in the shadows. But with each playful shout and sprinkle of garlic, they feel empowered, part of something larger than themselves. As night deepens, families gather for a meal that celebrates life and honors the dead. Special dishes are prepared, often recipes handed down through generations, each bite rich with history. As they sit around the table, stories of ancestors surface, creating a tapestry of love and memory. Laughter mingles with tears as they recount the lives of those who have passed, ensuring that their spirits are not forgotten. This sacred act of remembrance strengthens familial bonds and reminds everyone that love transcends even death. The rituals often culminate in the preparation of a Strigoi water, a mixture of herbs, salt, and holy water that is sprinkled around the home. This potion is believed to ward off evil spirits, creating a protective barrier against the Strigoi. The act of sprinkling is performed with solemnity, each gesture accompanied by whispered prayers. The weight of history rests heavily on their shoulders, and with every drop, they invoke the strength of their ancestors, calling upon them for guidance and protection. In some villages, the night may end with the lighting of bonfires, where families gather to sing traditional songs and dance. The flames flicker, casting shadows that seem to dance with them. This lively celebration is a joyful affirmation of life, a reminder that while death is a part of existence, it does not overshadow the joy of living. The Strigoi may be feared, but they also serve to strengthen community ties, drawing people together in shared rituals and experiences. On the following days, the rituals extend beyond the home. Villagers may gather to bless the local cemetery, a place where many believe the Strigoi reside. With flowers in hand, they walk among the graves, placing blooms on the headstones of loved ones. They speak soft words of remembrance, assuring the spirits that they are not forgotten. The cemetery, filled with echoes of the past, becomes a living testament to love and connection, a sacred space where the boundary between the living and the dead feels paper-thin. Even the elders, whose hands shake with age and whose eyes twinkle with wisdom, participate in these practices. They share their knowledge, passing down stories and rituals to the younger generations, ensuring that the legacy of the Strigoi remains alive. As they recount their experiences and the ways in which they have encountered the supernatural, the listeners lean in closer, captivated. The fear of the Strigoi transforms into respect, a recognition that these spirits are an integral part of their identity and history. While modern life continues to creep into these rural areas, the traditions surrounding the Strigoi endure. The festivals celebrating the harvest still echo with the chants of ancestors, and even on the busiest of days, the rituals persist. People understand that these acts are more than mere superstition, they are a lifeline to their past, a way to honor those who have come before and to protect the living from the uncertainties that lie ahead. In this ever-evolving world, the Strigoi represent the complexities of life, love and loss, joy and fear. They are a bridge between the known and the unknown, a reminder of the fragility of existence. As families light their candles and sprinkle their garlic, they are not just warding off potential threats, they are embracing their heritage, celebrating the bonds that unite them with those who have passed. In these sacred moments, the Strigoi become a symbol of love enduring beyond the grave, a testament to the power of belief in shaping lives and communities. In the heart of Romania, the rituals and traditions surrounding the Strigoi remain a vibrant part of daily life. They weave through the fabric of society, connecting the past to the present. Each flickering candle, each whispered prayer, each shared meal becomes a part of a living tapestry, one that honors the dead while celebrating the resilience of the living. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkle above, the Strigoi linger in the hearts of those who remember, reminding everyone that love is an eternal force that binds the living to the world beyond. In the quiet, shadowy corners of rural Romania, whispers of the Strigoi echo through the ages, intertwined with the fabric of everyday life. Even in modern times, fear of these restless spirits remains alive, often leading families to take drastic measures. One chilling practice that continues is the exhumation of bodies believed to be Strigoi. In these instances, the very ground that holds the departed becomes a stage for drama, fear, and a desperate search for answers. It was a particularly bitter winter when the news spread through a small village nestled between rolling hills. A local man, who had been suffering from a mysterious illness that left him pale and frail, died unexpectedly. Grief-stricken and confused, his family found themselves haunted by a question: was he truly at rest, or had he transformed into a Strigoi? The old ways ran deep in their veins, and stories of undead beings lurking in the night filled their minds with dread. Gathering around the flickering light of a candle, family members shared their fears. In hushed tones, they recounted tales from their grandparents, who spoke of loved ones returning from the grave to torment the living. The thought that their son could come back to seek vengeance filled them with panic. In a moment of desperation, they decided to act. To ensure peace for their family, they would exhume his body and confront the possibility of the Strigoi. On the chosen day, the village gathered, a blend of fear and curiosity hanging thick in the air. Men with shovels and picks moved to the grave, their hearts heavy with dread. As they dug, the sounds of metal striking soil echoed like a heartbeat, each thud amplifying the tension. Villagers stood by, eyes wide, clutching their rosaries and muttering prayers, hoping to ward off any ill spirits that might arise. When they finally reached the coffin, a thick silence enveloped the crowd. As the lid creaked open, the smell of damp earth mixed with the overwhelming fear of what they might find. Peering inside, the family gasped. The body appeared unchanged, resting as it had been laid to rest. Relief washed over them momentarily, but unease lingered, for the ritual was far from complete. The family believed they needed to ensure that the deceased had not become a Strigoi. They examined the body carefully, searching for signs of unnatural decay or other telltale marks that might indicate a transformation. In their minds, the stories of old played out, the vampire-like qualities, the missing nails, or the blood on the lips. They looked for anything that could explain the mysterious illness that had plagued him before death. As they scrutinized, a sense of foreboding filled the air. Each passing moment felt like a test of their faith and resolve. After a thorough examination, the family made the decision to perform a ritual. They would stake the heart, a method believed to keep a Strigoi at bay, and sprinkle garlic over the body. A local priest was called to bless the grave, invoking divine protection to ensure the departed would not return to haunt the living. As they worked, emotions surged, fear mingled with love, sadness with hope. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the grave, the villagers felt a chill. Rumors began to swirl. Some claimed to have seen apparitions flitting among the trees, a sure sign of restless spirits. The tension in the air thickened, and it felt as though the very ground was alive with the weight of their actions. In another incident that sent shockwaves through the region, a woman from a neighboring village was exhumed in similar circumstances. After her death, her family members experienced a string of misfortunes. Livestock fell ill, crops failed, and a sense of despair settled over their home. Consumed by fear, they concluded that their beloved matriarch had returned as a Strigoi to wreak havoc upon them. The urgency of their situation propelled them to dig her up, hoping to restore harmony. When they opened her grave, the sight was haunting. The woman lay undisturbed, yet her face held a serenity that seemed to mock their fears. A deep sorrow filled the air, mixed with the bitter taste of regret. The family felt torn between love for their lost one and the pressing need to protect the living. They hesitated, unsure of what to do next. What had they hoped to find? Closure, or perhaps an explanation for the tragedies that had befallen them? Ultimately, they performed a similar ritual, driven by love and desperation. In this moment, the emotional weight of loss became palpable, transforming the atmosphere. The echoes of laughter shared with the departed haunted them, mingling with the regret of their actions. They staked her heart and poured garlic into her grave, as if seeking forgiveness from a spirit they no longer understood. Each action felt like a betrayal, a profound sadness hanging heavily in the air. As these stories of exhumation spread, they carried with them the unmistakable sense of tragedy. The fear of the Strigoi transcended mere superstition. It was rooted in the raw emotions of love, loss, and the desperate desire to protect one's family. The villages became a tapestry of stories woven together by grief, fear, and tradition, each thread representing a life intertwined with the fear of the undead. For many, the fear of the Strigoi was a fear of the unknown, the fear of what happens after death, the uncertainty of what lurks beyond the grave. The rituals of exhumation, while steeped in dread, became a way to confront those fears. It was a stark reminder of the pain of loss and the lengths to which people would go to reclaim peace in their hearts. In these modern cases, the echoes of the past live on, reminding everyone that the Strigoi are not merely figures of folklore but reflections of the human experience. Each story resonates with the fragility of life, the unbreakable bonds of family, and the desire to keep loved ones safe, even from beyond the grave. The Strigoi, whether seen as a threat or a guardian, embody the enduring struggle between fear and love, loss and memory, in the hearts of those who remain. In the heart of Romania, where shadows stretch long and whispers of the past linger in the air, the fear of the Strigoi casts a dark pall over the people. In the dim glow of candlelight, villagers recount tales of these undead beings, their voices trembling with fear and reverence. Yet, amid this swirling haze of superstition and dread, the Romanian Orthodox Church stands as a beacon of hope, offering guidance and comfort in times of turmoil. The Church's influence is profound, shaping the beliefs and practices of the community. Its teachings provide a counterbalance to the chilling tales of the Strigoi, instilling a sense of order and faith in a world where the unknown often breeds terror. The clergy, clad in dark robes, become both protectors and educators, helping people navigate the treacherous waters of fear and superstition. For many, their presence is a reminder that faith can conquer even the most haunting fears. One chilling winter evening, a young mother named Elena sat in her modest home, her heart heavy with worry. Her son, Alex, had been ill for weeks, his condition deteriorating despite her best efforts. As night fell, shadows crept across the walls, and whispers of the Strigoi filled her mind. The stories told by her grandmother echoed like an unending nightmare, tales of spirits returning from the dead to claim the living. Each sound outside her door sent shivers down her spine, making her wonder if her son's illness was a sign of something far more sinister. Overcome with fear, Elena turned to her local priest, Father Mihai. He was a kind man, known for his gentle spirit and unwavering faith. She rushed to the church, desperate for guidance. The heavy wooden doors creaked open, revealing the flickering candles and sacred icons within. Father Mihai welcomed her with a warm smile, sensing the worry etched on her face. "Father, please help me," she pleaded, her voice breaking. "My son is sick, and I fear that he is being tormented by a Strigoi." Father Mihai listened intently, his heart aching for the distraught mother. He understood the depths of her fear. The Strigoi were not merely tales told to frighten children, they were manifestations of very real anxieties, loss, illness, and the unknown. "Elena," he said softly, "let us pray together. God's love can heal and protect." With that, they knelt before the altar, the weight of the world lifting ever so slightly as they whispered prayers into the stillness. In that sacred space, the flickering candlelight danced, casting shadows that seemed to ward off the darkness creeping at the edges of their minds. The church, with its high ceilings and sacred symbols, became a sanctuary against the creeping fear of the Strigoi. The Romanian Orthodox Church acknowledges the existence of folklore and the fears that accompany it, but it teaches that faith is the true weapon against such fears. Through sacred rituals and prayers, believers are reminded that they are never alone. The clergy often perform exorcisms and blessings to dispel any lingering doubts or fears. In the eyes of the Church, belief in the Strigoi should not lead to panic but to a deeper reliance on faith. As the days passed, Elena returned to Father Mihai, seeking comfort in the rituals of the Church. With each prayer, she felt a flicker of hope grow within her. The darkness that had once consumed her heart began to recede, replaced by a warm glow of faith. Father Mihai's reassurance echoed in her mind, the Strigoi thrive on fear, but God's love can banish any darkness. The Church holds community gatherings where stories are shared and fears are acknowledged. These gatherings foster a sense of unity, reminding everyone that they are not alone in their struggles. In one such gathering, villagers exchanged stories of the Strigoi, their voices trembling with fear yet softened by shared experience. With each tale, the collective strength of the community grew, and the burden of fear became lighter. Amid these gatherings, Father Mihai stood tall, reminding them that the Strigoi were not to be feared. "They are mere shadows of our imaginations," he would say, his voice strong and steady. "Our faith can light even the darkest paths." The villagers nodded, drawing strength from his words, feeling the warmth of community and belief wash over them. But not all were convinced. A few skeptical souls dismissed the Church's teachings, clinging tightly to the fear of the Strigoi. They believed that only through exhumation and ritual could one rid themselves of the undead. Tales of grave disturbances circulated, sowing seeds of doubt among the villagers. Yet, even in the face of skepticism, Father Mihai remained steadfast, comforting those who feared the unknown. One night, a terrible storm raged outside, the wind howling like the cries of lost souls. Elena was home, cradling her son, Alex, who had finally begun to show signs of improvement. The storm rattled the windows, and shadows danced menacingly around the room. She clutched Alex tightly, recalling Father Mihai's words. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Heart racing, she opened it to find Father Mihai, drenched from the rain but undeterred. "Elena, I sensed you needed me," he said, stepping inside. He lit a candle, its flickering light casting away the shadows. Together, they prayed, and with each word, the atmosphere shifted. Elena felt the weight of her fears lift, replaced by a soothing presence. Father Mihai reminded her that while the Strigoi were woven into their folklore, they were ultimately powerless against the light of faith. The warmth of God's love enveloped them, pushing back the cold darkness that threatened to engulf her. As dawn broke, the storm receded, and the first rays of sunlight spilled into the room, illuminating the hope that had taken root in Elena's heart. She realized that the fear of the Strigoi had once threatened to consume her, but through faith and the Church's guidance, she had found peace. The Strigoi became less a looming terror and more a reminder of the human struggle against darkness. In the coming weeks, as Alex continued to heal, Elena felt a deep gratitude for Father Mihai and the Church's role in her life. The Strigoi, while still a part of her culture, no longer held the same grip on her heart. She learned to tell stories not of fear, but of strength, resilience, and faith in the face of adversity. Through their unwavering dedication to community and faith, the Romanian Orthodox Church continues to play a vital role in combating the myths surrounding the Strigoi. In every prayer, every gathering, and every shared story, the message remains clear: love and faith are far more powerful than any shadow lurking in the night. The Church stands as a pillar of strength, guiding the people through their fears and reminding them that they are never truly alone. The wind howled through the narrow streets of a small Romanian village, carrying with it the whispers of an ancient fear. It was a fear rooted in the legends of the Strigoi, those ghostly figures that haunted the living and stirred unease in the hearts of many. In this village, superstition was woven into the very fabric of daily life, shaping how people viewed death and the mysteries that followed. As night fell, the villagers gathered in hushed tones around flickering candlelight, sharing stories of those who had passed on. Each tale brought with it a shiver of fear and awe, reminding them that death was not the end, but a threshold to a different realm. They spoke of the Strigoi, those restless spirits believed to rise from their graves to haunt the living. The stories were filled with emotion, and the air was thick with a sense of urgency. Among the villagers was Anna, a young woman whose heart was heavy with grief. Just days before, her grandmother, who had always held the family together with her love and wisdom, had passed away. As Anna prepared for the funeral, she felt a chilling dread. The tales of the Strigoi echoed in her mind, warning her that death was fraught with dangers beyond comprehension. In her heart, she feared that her grandmother might become one of those wandering spirits, trapped between two worlds. On the night before the funeral, Anna lit a candle in her grandmother's honor and whispered a prayer for her soul. But as she sat alone in the dimly lit room, the shadows danced around her, and her thoughts spiraled into darkness. What if her grandmother returned as a Strigoi? What if she was trapped in a cycle of torment, unable to find peace? The thought gripped her with fear, and her heart raced. As the clock struck midnight, a sudden noise broke the silence, a soft tapping at the window. Anna's heart leaped in her chest. Was it her imagination, or was it something more sinister? She dared not look, for fear that the very essence of her nightmares was coming to life. Gathering her courage, she crept to the window, pulling back the curtain to reveal nothing but the rustling branches of an old tree. It was just the wind, but it felt like a warning. The villagers had their own superstitions about death and the Strigoi, many of which were passed down through generations. It was said that a body should not be left alone until buried, lest the spirit wander and become a Strigoi. In Anna's mind, these beliefs were not just old wives' tales, they were the truth, whispered from the lips of those who had witnessed the horrors of the undead. She remembered her grandmother's stories about how the living should always keep watch over the dead, ensuring they found their way to the afterlife. As the day of the funeral dawned, Anna dressed in black, her heart heavy with loss. Friends and family gathered to pay their respects, and the air was thick with grief. Each mourner carried a candle, flickering gently in the cool morning air. Anna felt surrounded by love, but the shadow of fear loomed over her heart. What if her grandmother had unfinished business? What if she lingered, unable to leave this world behind? After the funeral, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Anna, however, was restless. She decided to visit her grandmother's grave that night, determined to protect her spirit from becoming a Strigoi. Armed with a small bouquet of flowers and a candle, she made her way to the cemetery, her heart pounding with every step. As she entered the graveyard, the moon illuminated the rows of headstones, casting eerie shadows that danced in the night. The air felt thick, charged with the presence of the unknown. Anna approached her grandmother's grave, kneeling down and placing the flowers gently on the headstone. She lit the candle, its warm glow flickering against the cold night. "Please, Grandma," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Find peace. Don't linger. I love you." The words escaped her lips in a choked sob, each syllable echoing in the silence around her. Suddenly, the night grew colder, and a gust of wind blew through the graveyard. The candle flickered violently, threatening to extinguish. Anna's heart raced. She glanced around, half expecting to see a figure rising from the ground, shrouded in darkness. But there was only silence. The fear of the Strigoi felt palpable, like a presence lurking just out of sight. As she sat there, a wave of thoughts rushed through her mind. She remembered the old superstitions. To protect the living, the dead must be buried properly, with rituals performed to ensure their safe passage. In her grandmother's village, it was customary to place a cross made of iron at the grave to ward off any restless spirits. The villagers also believed in scattering holy water around the grave to protect it from dark forces. Anna took a deep breath, finding comfort in these traditions. She whispered a prayer, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. "You are safe now, Grandma. I promise to remember you always." The words felt like a promise, binding her to her grandmother's memory and reassuring her soul. In the days that followed, Anna found solace in her grandmother's teachings. She embraced the superstitions that had once frightened her, understanding them as a way for the living to cope with the inevitability of death. She joined her neighbors in rituals that celebrated the lives of the departed, lighting candles and sharing stories. The fear of the Strigoi transformed into a recognition of the love that transcended death. Slowly, the villagers began to gather every month to honor their ancestors, sharing food and laughter, recounting tales that connected them to their loved ones. They believed that through these gatherings, they could keep the memory of the dead alive, ensuring they were never forgotten. Anna found joy in these moments, feeling the presence of her grandmother with every shared story and laugh. Through her experiences, Anna learned that modern superstitions were not just fears, but a way of honoring the past. They reminded people to cherish their loved ones and to embrace the cycle of life and death. The Strigoi myth became less about terror and more about connection, a reminder that those who have passed remain a part of the living, watching over them. In a world that often dismisses old beliefs as mere superstition, Anna found strength in her cultural heritage. The stories of the Strigoi no longer haunted her, instead, they enriched her understanding of love, loss, and the enduring bonds that connect all souls. She learned to embrace the unknown, finding comfort in the idea that love transcends even death. As she gazed out into the night sky, a sense of peace enveloped her. The stars twinkled above, each one a reminder of those who had come before, guiding her through the darkness. In her heart, Anna knew that while death was inevitable, the love and memories shared with her grandmother would never fade. The Strigoi, once a source of fear, transformed into a symbol of the deep connection between the living and the dead. In the heart of Romania, where mountains rise and forests whisper ancient tales, the Strigoi legend breathes life into the very soil. This myth, steeped in fear and reverence, has shaped the identity of a nation and touched the lives of countless souls. It is a story of the undead that transcends time, weaving itself into the fabric of culture, art, and human experience. As dusk falls, the village comes alive with stories passed down through generations. The elderly gather around flickering candles, their voices hushed yet filled with emotion, recounting encounters with the Strigoi. Each tale carries a weight, a reminder of the past that binds them to their ancestors. They speak of restless spirits, wandering the night, searching for solace or vengeance. These stories instill a sense of caution, urging the young to respect the boundaries between life and death. For many Romanians, the Strigoi are more than just fearful figures, they represent the struggles of their history. Tales of these undead beings echo the battles faced by a nation against invasions, oppression, and the ravages of disease. When plague swept through towns, leaving behind only sorrow, the Strigoi emerged as symbols of despair, personifying the fear of the unknown. In a world where life was fragile and death came suddenly, the legend offered an explanation for the unexplainable, a way to cope with loss and grief. Anna, a young woman from a small village, embodies the profound impact of these beliefs. Her grandmother's passing was not just a personal loss, but a moment steeped in cultural significance. As Anna mourned, she felt the weight of her ancestors' stories. The fear of her grandmother becoming a Strigoi haunted her. But through her grief, she discovered a deeper connection to her heritage. She learned to honor her grandmother's memory through rituals and gatherings that celebrated the lives of those who had come before. As Anna participated in these communal events, she realized the Strigoi were not merely ghosts to be feared. They were reminders of love, connection, and the importance of remembering those who had passed. The candlelit vigils and shared stories transformed her fear into appreciation, allowing her to embrace the cycle of life and death. The legacy of the Strigoi became a source of strength for her community, knitting them closer together in shared remembrance and love. Beyond Romania, the Strigoi myth has transcended borders, influencing global culture. Stories of vampires and the undead have taken on a life of their own, transforming the Strigoi into characters of fascination in literature, film, and art. The haunting allure of these tales has captured the imagination of people around the world. From Bram Stoker's Dracula to modern-day vampire series, the essence of the Strigoi has seeped into popular culture, weaving a rich tapestry of fear and fascination. As the world continues to grapple with its own struggles, the legend of the Strigoi serves as a poignant reminder of the human experience. It speaks to the universal themes of love, loss, and the eternal quest for connection. These stories reflect the fears and hopes of all cultures, bridging divides and offering solace to those who seek it. Even in modern Romania, the legacy of the Strigoi endures. In rural villages, traditions still flourish, keeping the spirit of the past alive. Festivals celebrating the dead bring communities together, echoing the rituals of their ancestors. These events are filled with laughter and remembrance, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The Strigoi, once a source of fear, have transformed into guardians of memory, encouraging people to cherish the connections they hold dear. In the hearts of those who remember, the Strigoi symbolize the struggles and triumphs of a nation. They remind Romanians of their shared history, their battles against despair, and their unwavering spirit. Through the lens of the Strigoi, they find strength to face their fears and to celebrate life in all its complexity. As night descends upon the village, the stories continue to be told. The flickering candles illuminate faces filled with emotion, laughter, sorrow, and hope intertwined. Each story shared is a thread woven into the tapestry of Romanian identity, binding the past to the present. In every whispered tale of the Strigoi, the people find comfort, reminding them that they are never truly alone. The Strigoi legacy is a testament to the power of storytelling. It teaches that even in the darkest moments, there is light to be found in memory and connection. As long as the stories are told, the spirit of the Strigoi will live on, guiding generations to come with the wisdom of their ancestors. It is this legacy that shapes not just a nation, but the very essence of what it means to be human, a journey marked by love, loss, and the unbreakable bonds that tie us to those we hold dear.